So
We're good.
we're good. Okay. So today is March 16th, 2022. It's about 7 o'clock. This is my name is Rob Cagnetta, and this is a meeting of the South Kingstown Zoning Board of Review. Members present tonight are Mr. Daniels, our Vice Chairman, Mr. Rosen, Casey Charkowick, Susan Walsh, and Susan Walsh. Is Bo on the phone?
He is here on the phone.
Okay, and Bo Brown is the alternate number one. Hey, Bo. Also present are Jamie Gorman, South Kingstown Building Zoning Building Official, Amy Goins, South Kingstown Special Legal Counsel, and Jessica Spence, our Administrative Support Associate. The board is made up of 7 people, and 5 of them are regular voting members. 5 members are required to be present to vote. In the event of the 5 regular members are not present, an alternate will step in, and then we can use another member. Tonight, the voting members will be myself, Mr. Daniels, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Charkowick, and Ms. Walsh. The applicants are here for either a variance, dimensional use, or to seek a special use permit. This board is a quasi-judicial body created by the South Kingstown Ordinance pursuant to state statutes. We don't follow strict rules of evidence, and we operate in what we believe to be in a fair and equitable manner. We try to let everyone speak unless they get a little carried away, or it's determined not to be relevant. So in the best interest of time, please try to be brief and stay on point. We do our best not to argue, and we keep things civil, and we try to have our last petition before 10 o'clock. When your petition is called, please come forward and clearly state your name and spell it for the record. And forward in this sense, Jessica will let you know after I'm done as to how you make yourself known. And so speak clearly so we can all hear you. You will then be asked to take an oath to tell the truth. And then you can present your petition along with any other witnesses to testify in support. The board will then ask you or your witnesses questions. After the petitioner has presented their testimony, anyone else with questions about the application or wanting to support or oppose the petition will be asked to make themselves known. They will identify themselves, be sworn in, and present their testimony, which may be followed up by questions from the board. Please direct any questions to the board, and the petitioner will be asked by myself to respond to the audience questions or comments after the comment period. After all the testimony and before the vote is taken, board members will be asked to discuss the evidence presented. Variances and special use permits require 4 of the 5 voting members to vote in favor of the petition to grant the requested relief. We're going to ask a lot of questions, and there's a good reason. We cannot just grant anything we choose, but there are questions that are specifically related to the request. So we're going to try to keep the presentation relative to those issues. There are rules per our ordinance. You must give testimony to support certain facts to allow your request to be approved. Tonight, we have dimensional variances and special use permit on the agenda. For variances, you must offer the evidence to the board setting forth the following: that your hardship is due to the unique characteristic of the subject land or the structure and is not due to the general characteristics of the surrounding area, that your hardship is not the result of any prior action on your part, that the granting of the variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area, the relief requested is the least relief necessary, and you must demonstrate that your hardship to be suffered if the variance is not granted will amount to more than a mere inconvenience. And for a special use permit, you must present the following: that the requested special use permit is authorized by our special zoning ordinance. Somewhere in the ordinance, it has to be authorized or we cannot approve it. The request meets all the criteria set forth in our zoning ordinance authorized for such special use, and that the granting of the special use permit will not alter the general characteristic of the surrounding area or impair the purpose or intent of the zoning ordinance. So on the agenda tonight, we have 7 petitions, and there might be a couple of them that take a little bit longer. So I would think the first two would take the better part of an hour. For those of you on 7 or 6, you probably have a little bit of time to check out and check in. For the first petition, we have the continuation of the petition for Thomas Rock of 5 Sunrise Lane of South Windsor, Connecticut, 06074 for a dimensional variance under the zoning ordinance as follows. The applicant is seeking to construct an 8-foot by 22-foot two-story addition to the west side of the single-family dwelling. The applicant also seeks to extend the attached deck and stairs 4 feet closer to the west side of the property line. And the deck will be located 3 feet from the side property line and 8 feet from the front property line. The required side and front yard setbacks are 11 feet and 40 feet respectively. The side yard relief of 8 feet and the front yard relief of 32 feet are requested. Lot size is 0.32. A dimensional variance is required per the zoning ordinance section 207. Non-conforming lots of record. Building setback requirements in section 907 are standards of relief. Owners of the property are Thomas and Diana Rock for the premises located at 162 Green Hill Ocean Drive, South Kingstown. Assessors map 96-1. And lot 7 and is zoned R80. And so for this, we have the for this continuation for documents, we have the 162 Green Hill Ocean Drive correspondence. There are 2 correspondences. There's a notice of 162 Green Hill Ocean Drive, the application, the continuation request, a revised site plan, and there is the assent 2007 6094 16 for the same property. There's some supplemental material, and then there is the septic report. Mr. Rock, are you here again tonight?
Mr. Chairman, he's having a problem signing in right now. I'm emailing him. I don't know if you want to give him a minute or if you want to move on to the second petition and then he can go once he's back in the room.
Sure. Are you currently assisting him, or do you want to give folks instructions? Oh, okay, so that would be tough.
Yep, I'm emailing him back and forth. So just
okay,
want to move on for 1 minute.
Yep. We'll just take a brief pause. So I'll just remind everybody what we're here for with this continuation. What we requested was, let's see, Mr. Rock stated that he was aware of the Rhode Island DEM conditions we part of the granting this petition. And we were requesting the Rhode Island DEM and more comfortable to be able to review some of the previous documentation, which we did have the Rhode Island DEM, I think, in the zoning board decisions previous in last meeting. We were looking to get the 2007 Rhode Island DEM required, the repaired OWTS, okay, and the original zoning board decision that approved the relocation of the building. And I believe that is the documentation that we received. We have the septic report.
All right, he just came in. I'm going to move him over to a panelist now.
Okay. So Jessica, do you have, should we tell everybody how to make themselves known since I skipped that?
Sure. So if you are calling in by phone, you're going to do *9 to raise your hand, and then *6 will mute and unmute. During the meeting, what will happen is all the applicants will give their testimony. Once the applicants are done speaking, the chairman will ask if there's anyone in attendance who wishes to speak. At that point, you can use the raise hand function. You will be called upon the order of which your hands are raised. So if your hand stays raised for a little while, just know that it is going in the order that you were called. There is a question and answer function that is to be used only if you're having technical problems. We're not going to answer any questions in regards to any petition on it. But that's basically it. And Mr. Rock is here.
Mr. Rock, good evening. How are
Yes. Hi, thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome.
you? So I read the continuation into the record and that we were looking for additional information, the DEM approval, as well as previous zoning board decision, and you did submit some things. So why don't you tell us what you had a chance to submit?
Okay, I submitted, I have a list of them here. CRC approval from 2007. House certificate of occupancy 2007. ISTS plan from 2007. OWTS approval 2007. Variance approval 2007. And the current plan that I showed you last meeting with the dimension and easier to read. I believe that's it.
Yeah, and did you, was the OWTS on this revised plan too? Or was that on the previous? I don't know if that was on the previous.
That's the previous from 2007.
This is, I'm looking at the date of January 2022. This is the drawing by ZMD, Wesley Grant.
Correct.
So you have the location of the proposed addition, the location of the stairs,
Right.
and the location of the OWTS. And then you have an inspection report as well.
Yes, that's right. I sent an inspection report from last year.
Yep.
That the Ready Company did.
Yeah, that's 8/13/2021.
Sounds right.
And 14-year-old system. 3 bedrooms, and let's see. Seems like there weren't any particular issues that they said. No structural damage. So it seems like the system was functioning properly. Okay. Okay. Do you have anything to add relative to these documents?
No, sir.
Board members, I know Mr. Daniels, you had questions relative.
Yes, yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rock, page 5 of your application consists of a sketch, existing and proposed structure. Is that accurate?
I would go with the latest plan that was submitted from Wes Grant's office after the survey was done.
Okay, so what's your testimony as to the size of the building?
The size of the addition.
Yes.
I'd have to look at the application, but it was 8 foot wide. I believe it was 22 feet long. I'd have to pull that back up again. Proposed 8 by 20 addition over existing deck.
Well, you're making a 2-story addition, correct, to the west side?
Correct.
Okay. So the reason I asked that question is on this sketch, page 5 of your application, you have the proposed first floor dimension 22 feet by 33 feet. Whereas your existing dimension is 22 feet by 25 feet. Is that correct?
I'd have to look at the plan. Let's see, I have the older plan here. Uh, 25 by 22 was the original house,
Right,
approximately.
okay.
And does the application say 8 foot by 22 feet addition?
No, what I'm looking at is the proposed sketch that I guess, I don't know who drew it, maybe you or somebody.
Yep.
Says 22 feet by 33 feet, 33 feet being east to west, I believe.
Okay.
In
Okay.
other words, the front where the bedroom is.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, it would go from 25 feet,
Excellent.
which it currently is, to 33 feet total.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked that is because if that's the case, and that's your testimony, we go back to the approval, the assent, August 22nd of 2007. There were three stipulations. Stipulation B was the total number of bedrooms allowed in a dwelling shall not exceed 2. Any future increase in the total number of bedrooms or the total square footage of the structure shall require CRMC approval and may require DEM ISDS approval. So you don't currently have CRMC approval, correct?
For this project, no.
Okay. You're planning to get CRMC approval
Yes, I am.
based on the fact that you're enlarging the structure, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other board members, questions for the applicant? No. Okay, Jessica, is there anyone out there that would like to talk about or ask about this opinion or petition rather? Excuse me.
Again, *9 to raise your hand, *6 to mute and unmute. And at present, no one has their hand raised.
Mr.
We're
Rock,
good.
is there any? Okay, Mr. Rock, is there anything that you wanted to add?
I don't
this
think
point?
so. Nope.
All right, well, board members, any thoughts on this? I can maybe, anybody want to start out? Mr. Rosen, or do you have any thoughts about this? I'm putting you on the spot. So it's the last time I'm going to say it, probably. You're on mute.
I'm off mute now, yes.
There you go.
No, we've been over this several meetings already.
Yep.
And Mr. Rock has given us most of the information that he needs to give us. The only question that I had was the same one that my colleague just asked about the expansion of the square footage and the and moving to get the CRMC approval of that. It's my understanding that there's only going to be 2 bedrooms in this structure. And there are 2 bedrooms existing in the structure at present, so it's not an increase in bedrooms that's going to be the problem. It's going to be the square footage from the CRMC point of view. And since he has to seek that after our approval, I suppose that I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Charkowik, you have any thoughts?
No, I would just echo that.
Ms. Walsh?
I have the same concerns as Mr. Rosen and Mr. Daniels. My question coming into this was how many bedrooms will be in the house? But I think Mr. Rosen just answered that question. I think Mr. Rock will verify there will be 2 bedrooms.
I can verify that.
Thank you.
They'll be enlarged, but it'll still be 2 bedrooms.
Mr. Brown?
No, I'm good with it. I think he's met all the requirements. He'll have to go through the same process with CRMC, so I don't have any problems with it.
Thank you. And Mr. Daniels?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the other questions, concerns that we had at the prior hearing was the 4-foot right of way. And it looks like we've made an adjustment there, Mr. Rock, if I may ask you a question again.
That's correct. Yep. When I first applied for it, I applied for a 3-foot to the property line, not realizing that the right of way was 4 foot. That was pointed out by my neighbor across the street. So we went through a survey and we were able to come up with a plan that was 4.41
Okay. I see
feet
that
from the property line.
I see that on the plan. Thanks. I think that was the other, one of the remaining concerns from the previous hearing. So,
And I have talked to my neighbor, and she didn't have an issue with this.
I have no issue with.
Well, I think that you've certainly gone through all the questions of the board and fulfilled sort of your requirement, your burden. It's a tight spot, but you seem to have met it. So I don't have any particular problem. So does anyone want to make a motion?
I guess I'll make the motion. Motion to approve the petition of Mr. Rock for, what's the address? 162 Green Hill Ocean Drive. Mr. Rock was the only person that spoke on behalf of the petition. There were no opposing speakers. The zoning ordinances that are going to be involved here with respect to this petition are zoning ordinance section 207 and section 907, standards of relief. In terms of the materials that were entered, that was described by the chairman prior to consideration of the petition. The board finds that the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land and structure and not to the general characteristics of the surrounding area, and is not due to the physical or economic disability of the applicant, excepting those physical disabilities addressed in 452430 paren 16. Mainly because we've considered this petition on several occasions. We've gotten all the materials that we need. There will be a requirement that this petitioner seek CRMC approval for expanding the structure by the square footage of the structure, sorry. The board finds that the hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant and does not result primarily from the desire of the applicant to realize greater financial gain. It seems that he's just expanding the structure, as I remember, in order to accommodate, is it your mother-in-law or your mother? Who's going to
My
be?
mother-in-law, Mr. Rosen.
Yeah, his mother-in-law, who is elderly and will be taking residence, I assume, on occasion within and needs the extra space. The board finds that the granting of the requested variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan upon which the ordinance is based. I might add at this point that I've been down Green Hill, Ocean Road, or Ocean Drive several times. And on different occasions, I found that I haven't been able to go all the way down to the end, mainly because sand comes onto the road and my car is not built for that type of thing. And I'm wondering if this is really a safe situation down there, which is another thing that somebody else is going to have to deal with. But I just thought I'd raise that because it was irritating on occasion to essentially have to walk almost a half mile on one occasion to get to the structure of interest. The board finds that the relief to be granted is the least relief necessary. I think that Mr. Rock has done all due diligence with respect to answering our questions and also the questions that will be posed by the CRMC and possibly the RIDEM as well. The board finds that the hardship suffered by the owner of the subject property, if the dimensional variance is not granted, amounts to more than a mere inconvenience, mainly because he's been working on this for a long time. This is really the second time he's been through this process, and will be the third time that he's actually going to be having to do some construction on this structure. As a result, I move approval of the petition as presented by the chairman at the beginning of the meeting.
Bill,
Yeah,
this is Amy Goins, legal counsel. Just one quick thing. Can you amend the motion to include the addition of, because it's
yeah,
a
okay. And I
conditional? Thank you.
will amend the motion that this is conditional upon approval from the CRMC. Is that correct?
Yep, and as such, it will have a 2-year expiration date.
And a 2-year expiration date.
Okay, the motion made by Mr. Rosen. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mr. Charkowik. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Rosen,
Aye.
Mr. Charkowik,
Aye.
Ms. Walsh,
Aye.
Mr. Daniels,
Aye.
Mr. Cagnetta, aye. Motion passes. Good luck, Mr. Rock.
Thank you all.
You're welcome.
All right. And Jessica and
night.
Jamie, thank you too. Take care.
Take care.
Bye.
All right. So next, we have the petition of James Meyer and Maureen Rooney of 836B Matunic Schoolhouse Road, Wakefield, Rhode Island, 02879 for a dimensional variance under the zoning ordinance as follows. The applicant is seeking to construct a 26 by 36 detached barn for storage of vehicles and farm equipment. The proposed garage will be located 20 feet from the corner side property line. The required corner side setback is 58 feet. Relief of 38 feet is requested. The lot size is 1.94 acres. A dimensional variance is required per the zoning ordinance, section 208, non-conforming lot of record, accessory building setback requirements, and section 907, standards of relief. The owner of the property is James T. Meyer and Maureen F. Rooney for premises located at 836B Matunic Schoolhouse Road, South Kingstown, Assessors Map 85-4, Lot 8, and is zoned R200. And for this application, we have the application itself. We have the notices. We have the garden and existing barn I believe these are, I'll check what they are. They are photographs. And then the barn 3D sketch. We have 7 correspondences from abutters, with one of them being photographs. And I believe, and then we have, oh, right. And then we have another correspondence with 4 photographs. So there are 2 with photographs, I believe. We'll find out. And of those, I'll read these in since we can just start with this. The first one is from Timothy Meyer on the 15th of this month. So, dear Mr. Gorman and fellow zoning board members, this correspondence is in regards to the zoning board of review application 12122 submitted by James Meyer and Maureen Rooney. I'm a residential neighbor to the applicants, as well as the current manager of Windy Meadows LLC, which owns a neighboring parcel of about 140 acres. As a neighbor, I'm not opposed to the application, and the Windy Meadows LLC has not taken a position on the application. However, there are 2 items in the submitted application that I would like to note for the board. One, the description of the proposed alterations under item number 12. The description indicates that 2 gravel drives are used only to access 2 houses to the west and 3 to the south. While residents of the 5 houses use the 2 drives to access the 5 homes, the Windy Meadows LLC also uses both drives to access fields to the west and the south that are part of the conservation easement that is administered by the Truston Pond National Wildlife Refuge. The LLC's use of the 2 drives is primarily haying and mowing equipment in the summer and fall, and tree and brush removal equipment in the colder months. 2, there's a reference in the same description that an old barn that is planned to be removed, as well as in the submitted survey of 11222, it's the existing barn. This barn was completely demolished by December 16th, 2021, and the site was filled and graded by the next week, December 22nd. Thank you for your service, and if you have any questions, they are reachable by phone and email. Tim Meyer. The next is Henry Meyer III. Dear zoning board members, this is March 16th. Dear zoning board members and building official, though the applicants have sufficient room to meet the setback requirements, I can understand the desire to minimize the amount of driveway needed to comply with the regulations. However, given that the owners come and go and that properties do change hands, I would like to make a few requests. First, storage of material, equipment, and vehicles should not be allowed along the east side of the proposed building. Second, all utilities must be installed underground. And third, all exterior lighting, especially on the east side, shall be limited to downlighting. And that is submitted by Mr. Henry Meyer. The next one is the folks, their direct abutters. Their home is lot 3 on plot 91, or plat 91, excuse me. We object to the granting of this variance for the following reasons. The applicant cannot demonstrate that any hardship exists. There are several other locations for the barn which can be easily accommodate the proposed accessory use without the need for a variance. It could go next to the existing barn, be moved closer to the garden, or placed in the grassy area. The applicants are trying to accomplish their preference, but have several lawful and more appropriate options which would accommodate their proposed accessory structure. Any limitations on where the barn can be located are self-imposed by earlier planning decisions of the property owners. For instance, the applicants already have constructed on the property a 5-bedroom home, a barn, an in-ground swimming pool with a pool house, and a large area occupied by what is described as an existing garden area. The request before the zoning board is for a second barn. The existing barn could be enlarged to create the same storage space, or a new barn could be constructed next to the existing barn. The fact that a new driveway is being introduced to the access, the proposed barn is most certainly going to change the characteristic of the surrounding area. It will have a direct effort on the residents, introducing increased traffic, light, and noise at the very least. This proposed driveway will be directly outside the most frequently used areas of our house: the kitchen, family room, upstairs bedroom, office, back deck, patio, and yard. The driveway would be unnecessary if the applicants located the barn on the other side of the property and use the existing gravel driveway for access. Number two, the applicants have a record of using the property and equipment in ways which conflict with other residential properties. With the applicant's use of the existing barn noted in the application being dismantled, we experienced many issues that interrupted the reasonable enjoyment of our home and yard. The activities that consistently have taken place both day and night, often until 11:30 p.m. and later, have impacted the enjoyment of our home and property. They include vehicle headlights, usually trucks, parked and left running with headlights on pointing directly to our home, effectively spotlighting us in our home. Often these lights are on for extended periods of time. Diesel engines are left running, creating noise and fumes that impact us. Commercial, industrial equipment and machinery, creating excessive noise and that we believe to be business-related activities conducted in a residentially zoned area. The previous barn is being used to work on and repair business-related vehicles and equipment such as commercial type painting of vehicles, vehicle repairs, and storage of junk salvage vehicle carcasses and car parts. Again, this is a residentially zoned area. We are justified in our concerns and that these activities will migrate to the new barn if it is constructed. And if it is constructed where it is proposed, it will cause interference with our ability to enjoy our property. If a new barn is to be constructed, it should be on the opposite side of the applicant's property. This activity creates significant noise and fumes with regards to the use of commercial and industrial machinery, equipment, power tools, solvents, fuels, oils, paints, and sprays as part of the operation in support of their business and not for the purposes of farming and agricultural purposes and practices as implied. We have filed complaints with the town connecting with the applicant's use of their property. We have reason to believe that the proposed barn will create more conflicts. There are a number of what we believe to be zoning ordinance violations occurring at this property. Currently, a complaint about these was filed the past December 6th of 2021 with the town. The most recent communication from the town is on January 18th, 2022, states that it is still under review. Okay. I'll read it because they submitted it. So they include chicken coop on the edge of the properties in violation of the 40-foot setback for chicken coops, business-related vehicles and equipment unrelated to farming and agricultural practices are lined up on the edge of the property. Ordinance states 10 feet of property. Dismantled half a car on the edge of the property is a violation. Tires, boat that's not in working condition, and conducting business operations in residential zone. The granting, number 4 is the granting of the requested relief will cause additional harm to an abutter. We are concerned that the adverse condition and uses that currently exist bring down our property value and would deter potential buyers from considering purchase of our home. Our property and residents will be increasingly adversely affected by disruptive activities. The applicants will carry over the new barn if they propose to construct it. There are no unique characteristics to the property which cause hardships because of the character of the property. A corner lot with corner lot setbacks does not preclude the construction of an accessory building in other locations without the need for a variance. The relief, 6 is the relief requested is no way the least relief necessary. No relief is necessary. Even the requested relief could be easily reduced by removing the proposed building westerly on the site plan. If the application is denied, the applicants will not suffer any inconvenience because they have several reasonable alternatives, ways to enjoy the permitted beneficial use of the property for a barn. And this was submitted by Matthew Meyer and Mary Ann Gaffney. They are adjacent. There is a submittal by the Meyer and Gaffney of several photographs of the described vehicles and chicken coops and so forth. We have another one received on 3/16/2022 from Matthew Meyer. Please include the following document of supporting pictures. That's the 15 pictures that I just mentioned. This is also received 316. Please include the following site context information and alternate locations. They have submitted a, which seems to be a plan with a new location. And then another submittal of photographs. Okay, so I think I got it all, Jessica.
You did.
Okay, so let's start by first talking to the applicant. Who is here tonight for this application?
I am.
Laura.
Laura Krikorian.
Yeah.
Yep.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. So you are representing the clients?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Well, I'm here to speak on their behalf. I'm not an attorney, so I'm not representing them, but I am here to speak on their behalf.
Okay. So why don't you tell us what you want to do, and then we can sort of circle back about some of the concerns that were brought up by the abutters.
Do you want to swear me in?
Yes, I was thinking for a second, because you're not an attorney, I do have to swear you in, right?
Mr. Cagnetta,
Yes.
I'm sorry if I could just interrupt. I do have a hand raised. I just want to advise that all questions will be, all people who have their hands raised will be addressed once the applicant has given testimony.
Yep, and we'll circle back and talk about these correspondences as well. So yes, thank you very much. State your name, please, and spell it.
My name is Laura Krikorian.
And do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
So go ahead, please tell us what you'd like to do.
So as I just like to present the information that I have from my client for this application. As I said, I am Laura Krikorian. I'm a licensed architect in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. I've been in practice for 28 years, and my office is at 40 Main Street right here in Wakefield. I am here tonight to present the application for Maureen Rooney and James Meyer. They are the owners of the property at 836B Matunic Schoolhouse Road, and they did give me permission to speak on their behalf tonight. When they asked me to design a barn for this property, I thought there probably wasn't a more appropriate structure to be placed here, since most of this area in Matunic is it does still feel very much and look very much like farmland. So I was kind of excited about the project. This is, I think, Jess, if you could bring up the site plan, that would be great, so that we could look at that.
Sure, just 1 minute.
It is lot 85-4, lot 8. It's 1.94 acres in an R200 zone with the 84,506 square feet. It is a substandard lot of record. It is accessed from Matunic Schoolhouse Road by the gravel drive that you can see on the site plan. And because these two driveways do go along two sides of our lot, we are in a corner lot condition. And that is basically why we are here tonight. These driveways do, they are not main roads that take you to any other places. They take you to the houses that are in this neighborhood. And as was described in the letter earlier, they are used by you know, people with farm equipment, and there is access to the Trustum land trust area. But they are not main roads that take you to any other neighborhoods. So we did feel that the corner side condition here was a little bit excessive in terms of the amount of setback that we're required to have on the east side of the property. But when we were looking at working on how to locate the barn on the property, there were quite a few features about the lot that were unique and special that we tried to take clues from. A barn is a very utilitarian structure. It needs to be located near the features on the lot that will use the barn. So if you look at the site plan, you can see the stone wall that runs through the middle of the property kind of cuts the lot in half. the part of the property to the south with the house and the pool and the septic system and the well, those pieces, those features on the lot don't necessarily need the barn to function, and the barn wouldn't necessarily fit in that area. So looking at the area to the north of the stone wall was definitely where we felt the barn needed to be. The large garden and the workshop that is located there, it's called an existing barn. Those features on the lot will use the barn. And the family really needs the barn in order to get a lot of the items that were mentioned in some of those letters out of the yard. Maureen Rooney's words were she wants to clean up the yard. She'd like to take a lot of those things that are being located along the east side of that property line and put them in the barn so that they have a place to be where the neighbors aren't looking at them. The other barn that was mentioned that is also shown on the site plan, the existing barn that is on the Meyer Rooney property, that isn't a structure that you can drive into. It has a wooden floor. It's a carpentry wood workshop. So that wasn't something that we could use for this particular use if we were to try to convert that. But also there were some other features that we looked at. The old barn that is to the east of the gravel drive that was dismantled. There was some clear connection to this barn as a piece of family history. So the family was really hoping to replace that barn with a structure on their own property, but they were also hoping to try to replace it in a similar location because there is a history of having seen it in that location. And that was part of the reason for where we chose to place the barn. I would also like to note that the old barn on the other side of the road, if you measured it from it to the road, was around 15 to 20 feet. So we felt we sort of had a precedent in choosing the 20 feet for the side yard setback. The setbacks for the accessory structure on this lot, because it is a substandard lot of record, the front is 50 feet, the side is 20, and the rear is 20. All of those we meet. But the corner side at 58 feet, it's even greater than the corner side setback for the main structure. So we felt the 58 feet was really excessive, especially in this case where the roads are not, they're not extremely busy, well-traveled roads. They're used mostly by the people who live in this neighborhood. If we were to try to use the 58-foot setback, it would place the barn in the middle of the lot. It would be very close to the vegetable garden that is established and fenced. It would shade part of the garden, and it would make the west side of the barn almost inaccessible because it would be so close to the fence of the garden. It would also disturb more of the lot by creating a much longer driveway to access it, and by having to relocate some of the garden, we would be disturbing more of the lot. And by occupying the center of the lot, it really cuts the lot in half. So it makes the east yard along the gravel drive to the east not even part of the property really anymore, but it also would leave that yard open for more storage of stuff. Even though the intent really is to get all of the equipment and everything in the barn, we felt by placing it along the edge of the property, it actually helped to create more privacy for the Rooney Meyer family and for the neighbors to the east and south, because it does create an edge to the Meyer Rooney yard. And also in the way that we were placing the doors, Jess, if you want to go to the floor plan, you can see that we have, let me see, well, yeah. Is there a north arrow on there? There is, yes. We have placed the main door in for the vehicles on the north end, which is facing away from the neighbors to the south. And the large door to the west is facing into the Meyer Rooney yard. So we were hoping actually to use this barn to try to create a little bit of privacy between the neighbors. And that is kind of the reason, one of the reasons why we placed it where we did. We were also really hoping to maintain the open space in the middle of the property and the view through from the from the house and to the gardens, and allow the barn to sit kind of in a location where it always has been. We are proposing for the 20-foot side yard setback. If you, if you go to the, let me see the photo that I submitted, you can see the open space where we're proposing the barn. You can see the garden in the foreground. That's the fenced garden area with the raised beds. And you can also see the old barn in the distance. And we were proposing to take some clues from the old barn. It will be a single-story structure. We do meet the 20-foot height restriction. It will have a similar roof slope. It will be a similar proportion, although it will be a little bit smaller than that old barn. It will have similar materials on it with the cedar shingles, and it will also have large gliding barn doors like the old barn did. So we were trying to kind of mimic that old barn with what we're proposing here. So Jess, if you could go to, I know if you review my plans and elevations, you'll see that we do meet the height restriction. We also meet the front and rear yard. If you go to my sketch, you can see what the barn would look like on the property. We meet the front yard setback, we meet the left side and the rear setbacks, and we do meet the height and the lot coverage requirements. We are asking for the 38-foot side yard setback to be able to place the barn 20 feet off of the east property line. We felt we were trying to be more sensitive in how we were locating the barn in order to maintain the open space in the center, but also to create an edge to the yard and create privacy for the Meyer Rooney family, as well as the neighbors going along the drive to the east. I also feel that the 20 feet in this case, it was accommodating in terms of allowing for a car, for instance, to pull off the side of the road if they had to let another vehicle pass. It's also accommodating enough to allow for plantings on that side. I don't feel we would have any lighting on that side, so that request certainly we could meet. And I feel that it was an environmentally sensitive location in terms of not disturbing more of the lot with the shorter driveway and not having to relocate any of the garden area. So we feel that that we were sensitive to how we located the barn. We tried to be sensitive to the neighbors and how we located the openings on the barn. We feel that disturbing less of the lot is important and allowing the center of the lot to remain as open space. And we do feel it's in keeping with the character and style of other buildings in the neighborhood. So with that in mind, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Jess, if you want to go back to the site plan, or yeah, that would be great. Oops, everyone is muted. How did that happen?
You're muted, Rob.
What? I deserve that. So, okay, so.
I thought
sorry
it was
about that.
something I did.
No, it's just, I'm not paying attention. So, no, I guess the one thing in terms of finding of fact, based on what the one of the correspondences said, that they were conducting business there outside of just normal activity. So is there an operation there, that the commercial operation, or is this all sort of in-house tinkering? What's sort of going on?
I haven't seen any kind of commercial operation on the lot. There are some projects that I think the boys have been working on. There are some cars and car parts that have been covered in tarps along the east side of the property. There's one in particular I think you can see in one of my photos at least, but they seem more like you know, if they had the garage to pull these things into, they wouldn't be along the side of the road in the yard. So I feel like one of the purposes of the barn is to try to clean up the yard.
And is the barn, so this property is more of a, they don't have enough land per se for a lot of equipment related to farming, right? Because I think the one thing this is an R200 neighborhood. And we have, Jamie, what do we consider this? What do we consider this type of development inside of, it was,
It's similar to like a residential compound.
thank you. Yeah, so this is, there's kind of that happening here where
Yeah,
we
so
have a couple
there's
lots.
Probably there's a tractor, there is snow plowing equipment, lawn mowing equipment, gardening equipment. There might be attachments to the tractor where they can install fence posts. There is some farming equipment, definitely, but it's also vehicles that they want to, use it like a garage where you drive your car in and store it for the night.
But there's no commercial business
No,
operating
not that I
out of
know
this
of.
location.
Not that I know of, no.
And
Mr. Chairman, excuse
Yes.
me.
Mhm.
I just promoted Thomas Meyer. He is the son of the applicant, and he indicated through the question and answer that he could answer some questions if anyone has anything specific.
actually, yes, that would be great because I think some of the use of the property, I think is a big consideration based on the correspondences. So if I can swear Mr. Meyer in, and
He is here. He's unmuted, so there he is.
Okay. Good evening, how are you?
Good, and you?
Good, could you state and spell your name?
My name is Thomas Meyer, ThomasMeyer.
All right, and you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
The whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Excellent. So relative to the question I was just asking you, there aren't any commercial businesses operating off this property?
No.
And okay, I'll stop there. Board members, do you have questions for either Ms. Krikorian or Mr. Meyer?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Daniels?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up on your comments for one moment and ask the building official, are there any pending violations, zoning violations in regard to this piece of property?
I am
So-
not aware of them.
No, I'm asking the building official.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Daniels, I did meet with previously, I believe it was Mr. Matthew Meyer, regarding alleged zoning violations. It was investigated. Some could be verified, and although discussion at the time, he had indicated that there was a pending lawsuit between both parties. And I can't say exactly what's happened since then, so I can't say that anything's currently in violation. At the time, there may have been some, but again, that was probably 2 months ago. So
Okay, so you haven't issued any rulings in that regard?
no, I've not.
Okay. I'll go back to Ms. Krikorian. I think she's still here.
Yes, I am.
So in looking at the site plan, I know the architect is not here to testify, which could be helpful.
Well,
She is.
I'm the architect, just the
Yeah,
surveyor.
I'm sorry, I meant the
survey.
Estabrook and Associates who
Yep.
developed the site plan.
Mhm.
Anyway, why couldn't the barn be moved south and west to take advantage of the expanded driveway next to the existing barn? In other words, to the south side of the garden and to the west, so it adjoins or is closely aligned with the existing, the barn that's shown as existing on the site plan. Plenty of room there.
Shifting it there basically splits the lot in half with the building and leaves the entire east yard open for
So-
using it in the same way it's being used now. We were trying to control a little bit the use of the yard with the way we were locating the barn.
Well, if you move the barn south and west, you eliminate the need for a driveway on the east side, and you can use the driveway that exists, the existing gravel driveway on the west side. And from the site plan, it appears that there's a pretty good sized pad there in front of the existing barn. So it would leave, indeed, it would leave the east side open, but one of the standards is least relief necessary. So I'm still not hearing a reason why that satisfies me as to why the barn could not be moved to that location.
I really feel like in that location, it does cut the lot in half. And it creates a wall between the house and the garden and the whole north part of the lot. So
Well,
locating it-
you already have an existing stone wall there, correct?
but that is very low and you see over it and it's a landscape feature. This would be a full height wall with a roof on it. It's a structure. It will cut the lot in half. And accessing it in that location, it would have to be pushed up against I'm looking at the site plan, it would have to be pushed up against the wall of the garden in order to access the doors into it and be able to back out again, which would shade the garden. And make the north side of it inaccessible. I feel like you would have to drive through it in that case.
How many sides of the barn have you designed to be accessible?
2.
Which ones? Which sides?
The north side facing Matunic Schoolhouse Road,
Okay,
and the west side facing into the Meyer Rooney yard in order to be able to control better the activity in that area and keep the activity on the west side of the barn, not the east side toward the neighbors, to allow the barn to act kind of like a wall in this yard for all of the Meyer Rooney activity to stay in their own yard and not disturb the neighbors to the south and the east.
well, in that case, if you were to move the barn westerly to the corner of the garden, you would have access from the existing driveway to the west side of the barn. And then you could extend, if necessary, your proposal. Well, it seems to me you have one, or the architect, whoever did the site plan, has one driveway. And so the west side, it appears to me that there's no need to have a driveway on the west side, or it would
That
be.
is correct. They didn't want the driveway to extend across the whole lot in
Okay.
front of between the garden and the stone wall.
So if you backed up the proposed barn, again, westerly and southerly to a slight degree, you could put it on the corner of the garden area. You'd have access from the existing driveway to the west side for sure, and then some grass area. And you might have to extend somewhat your stone driveway to your concrete apron, but that doesn't require relief. The barn requires relief. So how does that become the least relief necessary where you have proposed to put the barn?
Shifting the barn to the center of the lot, making it occupy the center of the lot, the way the 58-foot setback would require, separates the yard on the east side of the property from the rest of where the property is being used, where the garden is and the workshop.
Well, this
So
is right in the
that-
middle. This is right in the middle of the eastern side of the garden. There's a fence there. and the property line, the barn's right in the middle of it. So
But that's what
how
I'm
does
saying.
that, how does that impact open space on the eastern side? I mean, this, I don't understand your argument, but
The barn then becomes a barrier between the yard on the east and the yard on the west. And the family feels that the yard along the east edge will still be used just the way it is now, which will not create any privacy for anyone and won't clean up that side of the yard.
okay, I may have some more questions, but that's good for now.
Board members, any other board members?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a question or two.
Okay, and then we'll go to Ms. Walsh.
Mr. Thomas Meyer is there. Is he still there?
Yes, I am.
He is.
Okay. Your picture has gone away, but as long as I've got your voice. We've discussed that there is no commercial operation there. Is this is there any farming going on in this? Is this a working farm?
Not on, it's like, we do small gardening stuff within the garden and have like, small gardening equipment for that stuff. So like somewhat farm equipment for our small garden. And then the abutting 140 acres is also owned by me, my father, and his brothers as a farm.
And that's a farm. That's where you do most
That's
of
a
your
farm.
farming.
That is a
And
farm.
Is this barn, if it stays in the present proposed position, is it going to be used by anybody else other than Mr. Meyer and Miss Rooney?
No, I mean, I live here right now at home with my parents. I'm only 21, so no.
Okay. Hold on a second. Ms. Krikorian, you're placing the barn on the east side of the property. I assume that's where the demolished barn was. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That was part of the desire to place the barn in this location because there is the history of the old barn that was directly across the gravel driveway from this particular spot on the Meyer Rooney property. And that barn was 15 to 20 feet off of this same gravel drive. I also feel, if I could add one more thing.
Go ahead.
If you measure from the actual gravel drive to the barn structure that's proposed, we have 30 feet. So visually it would be 30 feet. And the main house on this property does face Matunic Schoolhouse Road. So that is the front, and this would be considered a side. The Windy Meadows Drive, I believe, is a right of way. It's a private right of way. So I do feel like this east side of the property is more like a side yard in this particular neighborhood location. So the 20 feet would be what the setback would be. That was why we chose that dimension.
Okay. If you did move the barn, as Mr. Daniels has suggested, south and west, you wouldn't need any dimensional variance, would you?
We would not know.
Because you would be within the 58 feet from the property line.
Yes, but the barn would be sitting in front of basically almost in front of the house, obstructing the view to the road. It would obstruct the view to the garden, and it would separate the lot in half. And it wouldn't help us to control the activity on the property.
So if the dimensional variance was denied, you could simply move the barn over there and you wouldn't have to come back to this board.
Yes, we could.
That's what I
And we
wanted
could,
to know.
and we could still use the east side yard just the way they're using it, and
Yeah.
nothing may change. But
Right.
we were really trying to make a change here and make the lot function better, and that's why we needed your help.
Okay, I understand that, but I kind of agree with Mr. Daniels on this one. Although I do not know whether he's planning to vote yea or nay, so I will leave it there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gorman, so is Windy Meadows Lane an actual town road?
Mr. Chairman, that's not a town road. It is a private right of way. I think it's noted that it's a 50-foot right of way that extends from Matunic Schoolhouse Road southerly, and then provides access. I think there's another road off of that, but it's all private.
So is that side of the property considered a front or a side?
I lost you. Can you say that again?
Is that considered a side? The where they want to build it? Or is
That's
it
the
is?
corner side.
Corner side? And it's a corner, why would it be a corner?
Because the front of the house facing north, there's basically frontage on the northerly road or right of way, and the one that's on the east. So when you have frontage on two, there's going to be a front and a corner side, this being the corner side.
So it doesn't matter that it's a public or private right of way, it's still a right of way, like it still
Correct.
counts. Okay.
Correct. This is Amy Goins, and that
Okay.
just goes to the definition of a lot line from our ordinance.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. And Ms. Gregorian, now, so the barn across the street, whose barn that is?
That belongs to the Matthew Meyer property, I believe.
I can answer on that barn question.
Although I'm not sure it has, sorry, go ahead, Thomas. You know the answer to that one.
So that barn that was torn down sat on a 5-acre lot that was separate from the easement with the Trustham Pond Wildlife Refuge and was owned by the Windy Meadows LLC. My father and I and his brothers are all members of the LLC.
So, and so traditionally, as we saw with this barn, most barns were right off the drive. No barn was in the middle of a property, really, because the barns were meant to be off to the side of your main production area and not supposed to be in the middle of the yard. So they were typically
That's
right
correct.
near the
That
edge.
barn was off of the farm driveway for equipment, and there's actually used to be years ago a different driveway for the owners of the farm to come in and out of the property and not go by that barns.
And was that barn active up to its demise, or was it?
Yes, we stored most of our equipment, lawn mowing equipment, garden equipment, and all that in there. And we were
Inside
able
there.
to bring that, and bring that across the driveway to our property.
So what happened to all that equipment? Is that equipment in another part of the Windy Farms? Is that right?
No,
Or is
so
that-
that equipment, the equipment that was in there was privately owned by me, my father, and my family. And Matthew had, and all the other brothers had equipment in there as well. There's a whole family issue, a lot of family issues down here. The equipment that is in there is now, a lot of it is now in one of my trailers.
So, but the intent, like you mentioned, is not for this proposed barn is not going to act as the replacement barn for this. Like your intent is, the intent is for the barn that's proposed to be used by the applicant, not by because you lost another barn across the road.
That's correct. It's gonna be used by the applicant, not by the entire LLC.
Okay, so, okay. Ms. Walsh, yes.
Yeah. I think Mr. Rosen and Mr. Daniels have covered a lot of the questions I had, but I do have a barn question. There are a lot of barns. Now, the existing barn is still, the one we were just talking about, across the road. Is that still existing, or is that the one that was
No.
torn down?
That's the barn that's been
That's the one that
demolished. It's-
deteriorated. So
Yeah,
that was
it's
historic.
gone.
barn.
Yes.
What made it historic?
The age of it, maybe. It was an old timber framed structure. Had been there a long time. I
So
don't
it
know the,
really, if there's nothing, like no one was hung there or no Indian treaty was signed, there's really nothing about the specific location at that place. And I can ask Thomas the same question. It seems it had some significance for your family, but do you know if it was historic in any other sense?
So from my understanding of it, because I did some research and looked into it, just because it's an old potato barn, timber framing built in the early 1900s. The farm was also owned by my family. Isn't just the Myers. If you look back in the Rhode Island's history, it's actually the Knights. It was owned originally by the Knight family. They're a big, I don't know if any know about it. It's a big prominent family in the state. And we talked to a historian who has to do with barns and whatnot. And she came down, she looked at the barn and she said, I don't have it on record. It's historical just in the fact that because there are so few left in the state that barn was actually a 2-story barn, and below were the potatoes as a root cellar, and above the tractors would back in and drop potatoes down through.
But it's gone.
It's gone now. It's a shame, but it's gone.
Thomas, it was older than 50 years, I would assume, right?
That's correct. Yeah, it was built
Yes.
from like prior 1910.
So anything that's over 50 years old is considered a historic structure.
But it's gone.
It is
Yeah.
gone, but we were hoping, that's why we were taking clues from the old barn in terms of the location on the property, in terms of the
The
shape,
design.
proportions, and the design of it. Yes, that was what we were intending. Yes.
Is there anything in that site right now?
That lot is now filled in with dirt and wood chips and is completely open.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Charkowik, you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm wondering about the businesses. It sounds like there's at least one LLC that has a presence in the property. Is there any kind of like business support activities taking place there? Is there equipment that's owned by a business that's being stored there? And I'm wondering if the barn's going to be used to store any commercial equipment that's owned by a business rather than the individuals.
There's not any equipment owned by a business on the property, and there's the LLC mentioned is the abutting property lot, I believe, is what you're referring to.
And is there any relation? Is there? I think I saw Windy City Landscaping. Is that operated out of that property, or is it one of the other ones there?
Windy Meadows Landscaping is owned by me and does not operate out of here. It's just the agent's house has to be in the state, so that is me as the owner.
So the equipment that for that business is stored off premises?
The equipment owned by that business is stored off premises.
Okay. That's my only question. I mean, I also question whether this is the least relief necessary given the space available.
Okay. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I looked at it. I went down there and looked at it. I look at where the house is, and if the house, I don't know whether the front of the house really faces toward the south or toward the north. There may be living rooms or something that look toward the north, and I would think they'd also look toward the south, although Henry's house may be in the way. But I don't know whether the front of the house really faces toward the south or toward the north. There may be living rooms or something that look toward the north, and I would think they'd also look toward the south, although Henry's house may be in the way. But I don't know whether the front of the house really faces toward the south or toward the north.
I could answer that, Mr. Brown. There is a front porch and a front door that faces to the north towards Matunic Schoolhouse Road.
Yeah, where the existing porch is on the house,
Yes, that is the front door and the
on
front
on the
porch.
west side of the house.
Yes,
Uh,
well, it's the north face, but the west side of the north face. It faces, the front door is to the middle of that, where kind of where the path is on the site plan. It definitely does face Matunic Schoolhouse Road. So that is the front of the house.
Could you move the barn, the proposed barn, another 10 feet to the west? Rather than the 20 feet?
So we would have 30 instead of 20. I would have to ask my client.
I mean, there's variation, you know. I think it could be located. You have good arguments, and Mr. Daniels, Mr. Rosen also have good arguments. Maybe the solution is maybe a less of a variance than 20 feet.
I
Maybe
can speak to that. at
Might
the
be a
moment.
compromise here.
I can speak for the
Those
10
are
feet
my
at the moment.
comments.
Go ahead, Mr. Meyer. Thank you, Bill.
We'll be willing to move it 10 feet more, so it'd be a 30-foot setback.
Okay, so that's some consideration.
Yeah, and I think there's still a lot more. Like, there might be someone wanting to still talk about this. So, okay.
But
I'm sorry. I
That-
know
that's
we're all
okay.
trying,
Go
trying to make this location happen. What about if you moved it to the north and turned the driveway the other up instead of down? I mean, the goal is to move it away from the neighbor's house. That's one of the goals, right?
Right, so I feel like if we were to do that, we would shift the barn and the driveway probably, because that would get both of them further away, but
Anyways, we're all trying to come up with, I think, location solutions.
right, I hear you. I feel like the third, adding another 10 feet, so going to 30 instead of 20 would help the request. It would still keep it along the edge, the east edge of the property, which is really important. I feel like Mr. Kenyatta's comments too, that a barn is typically located close to the access. That's really where it needs to be in order to be a utilitarian structure that works well. So that really is what we're trying to do here. And we're trying to clean up the lot and use the barn as an edge for the yard to create privacy for all parties involved, really.
Board members, any other questions for either Mr. Meyer or Ms. Krikorian? Okay. Laura, do you want to present anything else at this time? We open it up and see who else has some comments.
I'm just gonna say one more time, we're trying to keep that area in the center like open space, like a kind of courtyard for the Meyer Rooney family to be able to use, and keep the barn along the edge of the east property line. That really was the intent here. So that's what we're trying to make the situation a little better between the neighbors, and control the activity on this property a little bit better too.
And
Yeah,
just check this.
Yeah, this is Mr. Brown. I I heard someone mention that maybe you could move it a little further north too. I think the further you get away from Matthew and Mary's house, I think better they're gonna appreciate the barn. So there's a couple of items that you could look at, moving it a little further away from Wendy Lane, Wendy Meadows Road there, and moving a little further north, which gets it further away from the house on the east side of the road.
I'll just add that we can't go too far to the north. We want to make sure we meet our front yard setback that is in that area. But if that would help the board with this location on the property, that may be something that we can talk about with the client. And I understand getting it further away from the property to the south would be helpful.
All right. Anything else you guys want to add, or if not, we'll see Jessica. Is there anyone out there that would like to speak on behalf?
I do. I have several people who'd like to speak. The first
Excellent.
one is listed as just Matthew. I'm going to allow you to talk, and if you could please state your full name.
Okay, Matthew, there you are. I think you're still on mute.
You just need to unmute yourself.
Should be on your bottom left, or depending on your device. No.
Yeah, and I'm hitting the ask to unmute. You should get a button that pops up saying that you're being asked to unmute. If you click that. All right, what I'm going to do while we're waiting for Matthew is I'm going to allow Mary Ann Gaffney to talk, and then we can circle back to Matthew.
Okay. And Mary Ann
Ann.
Gaffney. Yes.
There you go. She's unmuted. She's good to go.
All right. Ms. Gaffney, could you please spell your name? Or spell your name?
Mary, capital ANNE, capital GAFFNEY.
And do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Excellent. What would you like to say?
Well, my husband's coming in.
Oh, okay.
We're having
Yeah.
some issues with the computers.
And I see I see that Matthew is now unmuted also. So if he wants
He's
to
now
speak,
in this room. I'm not very technologically savvy, so he's trying to
maybe
help
we can
me.
get him sworn in also, and then we
Oh,
can.
yes.
That'd be great.
Yeah, Matthew, please spell your name for us, please.
Matthew, MATTHEW, Meyer, MEYER.
And you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent. So you have various correspondences with us, and you can refer to those or just spitball it off of whoever you prefer.
Absolutely. So let me first begin by saying thank you for your service and having this opportunity to share with you our concerns. The property where the barn used to exist, which was demolished recently, was being used for business purposes. The business purposes being conducted out of there were primarily landscaping and snow plowing, and the
For the Windy Meadows LLC.
That's not part, but that's not part of this
Windy Meadows
property.
landscaping.
Understood, but that's not part of this property, and that's not part of the petition. We can't really make judgments based on just off of that. It's
Yes,
not
so
really our responsibility.
So if you look at the pictures I sent you, you'll see pictures of their various commercial, industrial equipment, which
On
is
their
on their property, on the property
Currently.
line, right where the barn is planned to go. And that equipment includes commercial, large-scale sanders. It includes commercial, industrial snow plows. It includes commercial landscaping equipment.
But that's not for us to like that. Really,
Right.
that's
Okay, yeah. But
the
one question,
responsibility of
one question that was
zoning
asked
enforcement.
of the neighbor was, does he have any of that? And he said no on the property, but that is
You're
not,
saying it's currently there?
it is
Yes.
currently there. Mhm.
It's currently there.
It's right
and being
there.
Currently
Walk
be
outside and
used
see
for
it.
those purposes.
Mhm.
And there is no agricultural equipment at that location. There is
At-
140,
The proposed barn, you mean?
at the
Not
proposed,
the
barn.
old barn. Okay.
That's correct.
There's
Okay.
landscaping equipment
And-
and snow plowing, and that is, I believe, owned by the Windy Meadows LLC business.
Windy Meadows
Yeah,
Landscaping.
Landscaping, I'm sorry.
Not to be confused with Windy Meadows LLC.
Sorry. Mhm.
Right. Well, I guess the use is going to be an issue more down the line. It's more of, is this a proper location for the building? That's what we're here for. We're not here for, is
Yes,
it used as a commercial business or not?
Right.
Because that would be in violation of the zoning regulations if they were operating a commercial business out of that location. So we're really just here to talk about the barn and its placement.
Okay, so yes, our concern is that it is right outside. I mean, we can't prove what it's going to be used for. We just know what has been going on. So we're just concerned about lighting and people pulling up with cars and, you know, literally headlights into our living room, things like that.
Yeah, so some
But
of the,
so you're thinking that if it were 30 feet over to the west, that wouldn't happen?
It's probably still going to happen, no matter what,
Well,
where it is, but.
we did recommend maybe positioning the barn on the western side of the property so they could use their existing driveway. This would keep the traffic consistent with the existing property, and it would not bring the commercial trucks adjacent to our property.
Well, they mentioned that that's not where they want to put it. So,
Right, so, yep, and then I did hear that they're concerned that the building will shade their garden. It will definitely be shading our gardens right there. That was one of my concerns that I've had there for 30 years.
shading.
But we are on the east side, so as the sun is going around up towards the west, it's going to shade the east.
How close is your garden relative to that building?
So if you
20.
could see the property line, I don't have it in front of me for our plot.
Mhm.
It's right along, there's a stone wall. And so their building is going to be up against the same stone wall that our gardens are on the other side. Yeah.
Right. So it's 50 feet road, 20 feet from the road, from
Mhm. Right.
there.
Mhm.
So it might be 80 feet away. You're going to
Mr.
catch
Mr.
shadow.
Kenyatta, could I
Yep.
answer that? Could I answer that question, please?
No, hang on. Let them, we'll get back to that. We
I
can.
could give you a
but-
dimension.
Okay, give me a dimension. Sure.
It's approximately 75 feet from the property line of the Meyer Rooney property to the corner of the stone wall of the Matthew Meyer property.
75, and it's less than 28 feet tall?
It's less than
Laura?
20 feet. The peak of the barn is less than 20 feet.
What they're concerned about.
Okay, all right. So I don't think the building's going to cast a 70-foot shadow.
I agree.
Right, well, that was one of their arguments, and I thought to myself, well, it's definitely going to shade mine then.
Well, if
If
they
it's
were
going to shade
abutting
theirs.
yeah, if they're abutting their wall, I could see how potentially it could, but
Mhm.
I mean, it well, especially if, yeah, it definitely would shade a corner of it, but go ahead. So keep going. So you guys had concerns about,
So we have concerns that it will interfere with the enjoyment of our, if these other things are happening, and that we would just like it a little further away from us.
so, and also know that if we let it, if we give them the variance, we can also say to them, we don't want any lighting on that side. We don't want to we have to put up hedges or we have to put up screening. But if they move it inward, out of the variance area or where they don't need a variance, then they can put up all the lighting they want.
Mhm.
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 Understood. Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, if we were, so you're saying you do not want it in that location at all, that there wouldn't be any
No,
conditions we
I
would put
want
on it?
to, yes, there would be conditions. I want to protect our enjoyment of our property.
So what
that's what I'm
conditions would we
concerned
put
about.
on it? For it not
Pardon
to
me?
be built there? Will we put conditions for it to be built there with conditions or not to be built there? Like just deny it outright?
If it could be moved over to the 30-foot, like they said, with conditions, that would be very helpful for us.
Okay, so to the 30 feet.
Or, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, they said they would be willing to do that.
Sure. No, if you guys are, then maybe we can see if that can work.
So
But I mean, you said there were concerns of headlights, there's concern of other activity. Was there, I mean, we've done screenings before, we've done hedgerows, arborvitaes, other things to create a barrier.
Mhm,
I mean, that's certainly something we can see if they're willing to
mhm,
do something like that.
mhm.
Would that help? I mean, because if there are vehicles sort of pulling in to it, I can understand how direction will matter for you guys.
Mhm.
So
Right, if we could keep the direction not pointing towards our house, because we are, you know, you come down the driveway and so they're gonna point to our house. That's just what's going to happen. So if we could make a real effort to go a little, when you're coming down the driveway, to the right instead of to the left, that's helpful. And then just keeping down the noise and things like that. If there's, you know, I mean, if it's just going to be used as a barn, I don't care. And there's not a lot of other situations going on. I'm happy for anybody to have a barn.
Okay.
I'm just concerned. Well, you know, my concern that things have been going on
Intensifying.
that have made it unpleasant to enjoy inside and outside the home.
Understood. Okay.
I would also say that if there's a way with the screening with some plantings and things that we could make it so that there wasn't any staging of equipment and vehicles along that eastern edge as well
As Henry had asked too.
as my brother Henry had also requested.
Mhm.
That would improve the visual characteristic of the property and the entrance to our home.
Well, I mean, you did bring up in your correspondence concerns about the maintenance of the property and some of the materials left there. So I would definitely leave that up to the zoning official to enforce that. You know, I would make sure that people are appropriately using their property. So I would encourage you to stay diligent of it.
Yeah.
Okay, any other suggestions that we can, and I won't cut you off if you guys wanted to speak up again, we certainly can. But we're gonna try to review some of the things you guys talked about and see what some thoughts are, if that's okay.
Mhm. Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, Laura, did you want to add anything, or did you want to talk about anything that they kind of brought up?
Sure, I can add that we'd be happy to keep any lighting off of that east side and any lighting facing, you know, in towards the Meyer Rooney property, not towards the south and east. I also did mention that we would be that, you know, if they're in that 30-foot setback, there really would be room for plantings. I had mentioned that earlier, that I thought even in the 20-foot setback, we could do that. So I think if plantings would help to buffer that side of the property, we could certainly do that. And I also feel that the reason we're trying to build the barn here is to get all of the stuff that's in that eastern yard out of the yard and into the barn. So there wouldn't be any more staging of vehicles or things piling up in that area. So if you wanted to put that in as a contingency, I think that would be fine. If it would help to shift if it helped to shift the barn further north, we could do that. But I mean, we only have a certain distance that we can go in that direction and still meet our front yard setback. And I feel like that is something that
I know, and
Should
going
be-
north
okay,
is,
they're not-
oh,
they're not
sorry.
gonna hear
So, yeah, going north is that, you don't have to go north,
Don't have to go
Okay.
north. Okay.
you know.
So-
But, Mr. Chairman, could I just add, and
Yeah.
maybe this is a question for Jamie? If, when the barn went under construction, for instance, when we got our permit, if they wanted to shift it further north, couldn't we do that as long as we still met the front yard setback? Or would we have to meet wherever it's placed today on the site plan?
I think the issue would be, Mr. Chairman, if they're seeking any relief, they're bound to, although the site plan is showing 20 feet, I think if it were shifted northerly, it would have to be determined at the meeting or on the record rather than after the fact.
Yeah, this is Amy Goins. I think if the board wanted to grant an approval with a proviso that the building could be relocated, they could do that as long as it was crystal clear. And the best practice would be for the applicant to submit like a version B of the site plan that could be referred to.
Mhm.
But I think, yeah, the easiest and cleanest solution would be to have the board approve the plan of what you're going to build, where you're going to build it, if it is going to be an approval.
Question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, question of notice.
Yeah, Mr.
Changing
Daniels.
changing the dimensions, changing the application in a relatively significant manner. I question notice. It's got to be renoticed, in my opinion.
Okay, so if the applicant is intending to revise the site plan in any manner that changes the relief that's requested, yes, it would need to be renoticed.
Okay, thank you.
But if they're getting more than 20 and they're going north, they wouldn't need to they wouldn't have to do the notice again.
If they're reducing the amount of relief that was originally noticed, they don't need to renotice to reduce or to increase a setback distance. But if they're altering it, or if they're requesting greater or different relief, then it would have to be renoticed.
Okay.
So in this case, if we were requesting less relief because we're shifting from 20 feet to a 30-foot setback, we would not need to renotice. We may just need to resubmit a site plan. Correct?
Right, pending our approval of that relocation. Yes.
Right, got it. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. So right now we're suggesting, it's being suggested 30 feet from the property line, no lighting on the eastern elevation, and vegetation basically from the northeast corner of the barn, probably to the stone wall, something like that.
Mr. Chairman, could I say something?
Please.
So the easterly side has a entry door. That door is going to require exterior lighting by code. So perhaps that could be.
Oh, there's an
downlight.
eastern? Okay.
Northern and western, I think.
It looks like it's a 3068
Oh, yeah, there is.
in swing door. So that would just need an exterior light. Although they could do a downward facing.
So we can say downlight, dark sky compliant type thing?
Absolutely.
We could definitely do that as a downlight, Jamie. Think that would work.
And that light could be on a switch. It does not have to be on continuously.
Correct.
Is that correct, Mr. Gorman?
Yes, I'd agree with that. Absolutely.
So
that,
go ahead, Bill.
so that basically the light can be off forever. If someone in the dark wants to go out that door for some unknown reason, they can flip the light on, go out, and then when they come back in, they can flip it back off.
Okay, well, before we come up with all the solutions, let's make sure if there's anyone else out there that has some considerations or concerns.
I do have one more hand raised. It's Matthew Meyer again. I'm not sure if it's the same or if it's a son possibly. So let me allow this one to talk also.
I think it's just me again, probably at the other
Okay.
computer.
But wait, say, I'm concerned that I'm not understanding everything that's going on.
Yeah, so maybe you can,
No, like, do we have to make a decision tonight? Is this like,
Well,
this is the first time I've ever attended one of these, so this is,
I think,
and it does impact,
sure. I mean, if
us.
there was more information needed beyond this meeting, then we could extend it. We could continue it. But if our goal is to sort of reach a conclusion, if we can. So yeah. So I think we would just need a good reason to delay it.
Mr. Chairman, who was just speaking? I'm sorry.
That was Ms. Meyer, Marianne Gaffney, sorry.
Oh, Marianne Gaffney. Okay.
Yes. Who's with Matthew.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
So my concern is that, we don't, if we can work it out, that would be great, but, it's just feels like there's no preparation for me to, which I get.
Yep. Well, we're going to do our best to come up with something that can work for folks. And so we'll give everyone a chance to sort of speak up, and then we'll make our motion as to what to do. So.
Okay.
All right. Jessica, was there anyone else?
There's no one else.
No one else. Okay. Okay. So Laura, is there anything you want to add at this point?
Just to reiterate what I've said, that we really would like to keep it along this east side of the property line without having to push it into the middle of the lot. It is in a location similar to where the old barn was. It allows the center of the Meyer Rooney property to remain as open space and disturbs less of the lot, and kind of creates a courtyard in that center area. I also feel that it really does control the activity on this property better and would really help them to clean up the lot and get all of their things into the barn the way the neighbors want them to. So.
Thank you. So board members, is there anyone that wants to speak up first?
Mr. Chairman, I just, I question, I just question the motivation behind this, and, the presence of a landscaping company there, the business activity that is taking place according to the filings for this landscaping company, it is consistent with everything that the neighbors have described. It's lawn mowing, fall and spring cleanup, shrub trimming, garden maintenance, and snow plowing. And the principal address for this business is also at this location. So it's not just a matter of having an in-state agent for purposes of service. So, I really question what the primary use of this building is going to be.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go.
Yes, Mr. Daniels.
Thank you. I still have an issue with least relief necessary. Moving it 10 feet doesn't necessarily do it for me. I've been to the lot. I spent some time there. There's a lot of room. It's wide open. You can barely see the house from Trustham Road. So I don't see how moving the barn south and west would impact the house, number one. And I don't necessarily believe it cuts the lot in half. I think it opens up the east side to even more open space, which should be a consideration. So I have trouble with that. The other part I have trouble with is aligned with my colleague, Mr. Charkowitz. We have rather compelling testimony that there's a business being operated there. There's business equipment, there's construction equipment. I myself saw sanders or some type of snow removal equipment, something on the premises. And I think that when we grant a variance, one of the criteria is whether or not it alters the general characteristic of the neighborhood or the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan. And neither one of those, the comprehensive plan nor the ordinance supports a business, especially a construction type business in residential areas, certainly not in an R80 area. So I think there's two criteria within the requirement for a variance that are weak here. And I probably won't support this. If there's a motion to pass, I probably won't support it. But I'll listen to my colleagues, see what they have to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Daniels. Mr. Rosen, thoughts?
Well, there seems to be some agreement among the people who are supporting this proposal and the people that are opposing it. I know we'd like to get this done tonight, but I would be personally in favor of continuing this to the next meeting, actually, to see the new plans, if there are new plans that are going to come up. With that said, however, I'm beginning to agree with Mr. Daniels and Mr. Charkowitz that maybe there is something going on here that is, I don't want to say nefarious, but improper with respect to the ordinance and the comprehensive plan. So as a result, I would prefer to see some discussion going on among the people that are involved here, and maybe a continuance would be allowed, and maybe they would come to the agreement, some agreement that they don't even have to do anything. They can just move the barn more than 58 feet from the property line and be done with it as such. So that's where I'm going, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Walsh?
I'm a little more, I guess, positive. To the west, or maybe considering moving it to the north, which looks wide open to me. And the conditions that have been discussed in several of the letters and here in the meeting about underground utilities, the whatever type of light Jamie mentioned, and maybe some plantings along the east side to that helps with the noise, maybe not for 5 years, but it does help. And with the understanding that it is not being used as a commercial business. And that, I think one of the goals maybe of the family, maybe I'm reading too much into it, is to, I've heard, I think 15 times, clean up the property. If you have boys, that the property at different stages, they've all got cars. And, is this an effort to clean up the property? And I think Jamie would have to answer about the inspections to follow up and make sure a business is not being run out of there. And I know that's awfully dicey. I know the police have better things to do. And it's really, we have to assume that the people are being straightforward and honest, that it is not being used as a business. So I would be more positive with some compromise in the location and pretty strict conditions without further proof that it is being used as a business.
Okay. And Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I don't, I really don't see a problem with it. Really, the discussion on whether a business is there or not is the zoning officer's problem. He's the one, I think we had testimony that anything that he investigated, I think he indicated was unfounded. Whether the two neighbors are having a dispute over something, I think we can maybe try to compromise by moving the structure a little more north and further away from Windy Lane. Eliminate the windows on the east side of the building and maybe put some plantings here and there to make it look a lot better, rather than the barn. Although the barn across the street just stuck out there, and they all built the houses around it. So I guess this structure would not devalue their property. So that's my comments.
Well, yeah, and I'm tending to agree with you, Bo, is that the use of the building and the use of the property is if there are violations to it, then that's up to the zoning officer. How we or where we allow this building to be is not going to affect how the building is used. And if it's being used inappropriately, then certainly that's something I've always felt strongly about, not even as a zoning board member, but as a business owner. I've never wanted to inconvenience my neighbors with my business, and to keep it in its commercial area, not in a residential area. So that being said, I think that it is an appropriately sized building for this size property, and historically barns were even closer than 20 feet. Most of the time, I've even seen it where the stone wall is the wall of the barn, and they were meant really to be close to the road. So I think aesthetically, it's more appropriate at the edge of the road. And I also feel like that if there are concerns about activity on the property, having it receive a variance does enable its sort of not oversight, but introducing certain restrictions that wouldn't be afforded if it were within the setback, because they can put lights around it and make it dance if they wanted to. So I think this in terms of a building on a property of this size, I'm not necessarily bothered by it. I think the 30 feet is a reasonable balance between the two. I think 30 feet's too much, but it's fine. And I think there should be some screening, some arborvitaes that just sort of help with any potential lights, coming from the barn to the direction of the dwelling and in the southeast. So I would approve it with conditions. But at this point, even if Bo and I are the only two in agreement, Bo is not, and Ms. Walsh. So it would only be the two of five that are approving it at this point. So I don't know if the applicant wants to have a continuation to try to provide some reassurances to some of the concerns that board members have had, or if you wanted us to vote tonight. Yeah, go ahead, Laura. I mean, do you have any idea or thoughts as to what they might want?
I'm not sure. I'm hoping Thomas is still here. But I would like to add one more thing if I could. In speaking to shifting the barn further into the middle of the lot again. If we keep the barn along the edge of the property, you eliminate that, at least that area for any parking of vehicles and any access onto the lot there. Once you shift it to the middle, the entire east side of the property is adjacent to the Windy Meadows Lane, and they can drive any cars in and out of that side of the property that they want to. At least with the barn along the edge of the property, you're controlling that access in that one location and moving all of the stuff out of that area. And I really agree with you, Rob, with the variance request. You do gain a lot of control over how they can use this area of the property if you put conditions on it. So I'd just like to say that.
Okay.
Let me see here if James Meyer has has asked if we could continue to the next meeting. He's willing to do that if we need to have further discussion.
I see Marianne Gaffney has her hand up again.
Yeah, so
It's actually Matthew.
It's Matthew this time.
Yeah, go ahead, Matthew. Sure.
But I answered to Mary Ann. So one, one concern, and maybe it can be addressed in a solution, and that is that we're very concerned about the number one, the business activities that are taking place there and continue
And
to
they are taking
that
place.
are taking
They
place
are
there.
taking place.
If it's a duck and it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. There's business activities taking place there,
Mhm.
and we want some relief from those activities. If it's plantings that help so that the business equipment can't be parked in direct view of our entrance to our home, that would help. But we would want plantings that start from the corner of the stone wall and go all the way up to where they turn in to the property, so that they can't, if you look at the pictures I sent you, you'll see all the equipment lined up in that area. If you look at the site plan I sent you and superimposed where their barn is, you'll see the equipment where it is. If that can become a no park zone, no fly zone, because it's filled with arborvitaes and deciduous trees and what have you, that carries up to where they turn into the dog leg, that might be acceptable.
We're still very concerned.
We're still very concerned about commercial activities taking place there, and no matter what is resolved here today, we will continue to
We're going to get right on it.
continue to seek relief for a residential area being used in a business capacity.
Absolutely. Well,
So-
I hope you would, because I
Absolutely.
think it's unfair. But so why don't we see if the board members will go for a continuance, where perhaps Laura and their client can come back with trying to address its location as well as its barriers, perhaps.
And just one parting comment, if any one of you, I encourage all of you to drive down Windy Meadows Lane
Yes.
and see what's there, because the equipment that's there is commercial industrial equipment. It's not agricultural equipment, and it's not being used for farming purposes. So
Yeah, Mr. Meyer, I haven't been able to go this month, but I will go down before, if we meet again on it. I will go down and take a look personally.
thank you.
Well, the day I was there, where the old barn, or just north of the old barn, was the wood chips looked like a mulch pile being maintained. Along approximately where the barn was going was a pile of material, all different types of material. I would estimate it was probably maybe 20 foot long and probably 10 feet deep from the edge of the property line in. But I didn't see any other equipment on the said property.
Raise your hand.
Other than that, I think there was a backhoe with a loader that was near the mulch pile, I believe.
Can I
That's
just say
what I
that,
saw.
can I just say that that mulch pile is on a separate lot, not owned by James Meyer or Maureen Rooney directly. That's on a lot owned by Windy Mills LLC. That's
Yeah,
on,
I don't,
that's not on property owned by James Meyer or Maureen Rooney.
So-
Just so that's clear. That mulch pile and stuff, I just would like to make that clear.
Right. Well, I don't want to get too much into that. I mean, I think if it is an issue, then certainly the zoning official should review it and make sure that that activity isn't occurring. Because Mr. Meyer, you told us that there wasn't any equipment there of any landscaping related equipment. So, but that still is a separate issue from what we're considering technically. So, Laura, are you, so you guys were okay with continuing this another month and I mean, I don't know if it's going to take a correspondence or just sort of redesigning based on what was suggested tonight without correspondence. But just sort of coming up with something that could address the concerns that were brought up by Matthew and Mary Ann.
Yes, certainly. We are willing to do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr.
and-
Canetta?
Yes,
Excuse me.
Jessica.
Mr. Meyer has his hand raised again.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Meyer.
Sorry, that was me by accident.
No,
Oh.
it was because we were clarifying too, that that's not the property where the piles are, that people have put stuff over there.
Okay.
That when he was talking about that, that's not the property where the barn's going.
Okay.
no, I understood that, but, you know, they were saying there was equipment, that's the only equipment I saw that day.
Well, it's
I
there
was
right now, and we took pictures again today, so they're dated, and we have proof.
It's there in the RIGS website, and it's also there in the Google Earth website too. It's-
So, but I know it's not for you guys, but.
Yep, follow up
Yep.
tomorrow and
Mhm.
thank you. Okay, so, okay. So is there any discussion tonight? Any other discussion about this tonight?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if we're going to continue this, I would ask that we have a landscape plan presented as well, since there's been much discussion about arborvitaes and trees and areas of vegetation that would extend from the corner of the driveway back to the stone wall. So I think it's important to have some landscape perspective of what they may or may not propose.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Ms. Gregorian?
Yes.
Anything else, board members? No? Okay, and Jessica, what is next month's April's meeting?
It is April 20th and Mr. Charkowik will not be there. So I will need the 5 members who are present tonight to be
Yep.
able to be in attendance.
And Ms. Walsh, you will be here in April?
I will be there unless I get snowed in. Anchorage,
Yes.
You
Yeah.
said the
Hawaii?
bad word.
not in Hawaii, in Anchorage. The world tour.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyways, I wish I were there with you, seriously, because I think I respect Mr. Rosen and Mr. Daniels. They always get out and look at the properties. And I guess Bob does too.
All right. So we'll do a continuation of the, or I'll make a motion for the continuation of the petition of James Meyer and Maureen Rooney. We will continue this matter until April 20th, 2022. We're going to look for an updated site plan. including plantings and just a simple lighting schematic. So I'll make the motion to continue until April 20th. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Daniels. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Cagnetta? Aye. Mr. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Rosen?
Aye.
Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
And Mr. Charkowik? Oh, wait a minute. Nope, not Mr. Charkowik. Sorry. Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown.
All right,
Aye. Okay. So motion passes. So we will see you guys next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
good night.
So is everybody doing okay? Does anybody need a break?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So it is 9:10. Let's come back at 9:15 and try to crank through a couple more of these. Do we have everybody back? Think so.
Oh, yep, Casey's back. I think we're all here.
I'm back. Yep.
So
We're
we'll
good.
continue. Go ahead, Jessica, what's that?
I just said we're good.
Oh, thank you. All right, so next we have the petition of Marcia Ryder of 44 Middle Road in South Kingstown, Rhode Island, 02879 for a dimensional variance under the zoning ordinance as follows. The applicant is seeking to attach a existing garage to a single-family dwelling by constructing a 10-foot by 20-foot roofed connector. By way of the connection, the garage will become the principal structure and will not comply with the required rear yard setback. The garage is located 10 feet from the property line. The required yard setback is 30 feet. Relief of 20 feet is requested. Lot size is 0.52 acres. Dimensional variance is required per the zoning ordinance, section 207. Non-conforming lots of record building setback requirements. Section 907 are standards of relief. Owner of the property is Marcia E. Ryder for premises located at 44 Middle Road, South Kingstown, assessors map 94-4, lot 203 and zoned R30. Of this, we have our application. We have the notice, a correspondence of 44 Middle Road, two correspondences. The first is from Daniel Tonona, writing in support of the construction of the garage with an access to and from the adjacent home on the property of Ms. Marcia Ryder of 44 Middle Road. This project is directly adjacent to my property at 36 Middle Road. Completely understand the scope of the construction and fully support this and perceive it to be an absolute necessary addition to her home. I also have an attached garage, which I find essential for a couple of reasons. First, as a person well into my 70s, I can't imagine managing walking back and forth between my home and the garage in winter, snowing, sleeting conditions, risking slips and falls. Second, since I have two vehicles with a single car garage in a salt air environment, the vehicle is not housed, rusted through thoroughly to the extent that it will no longer be usable. Oh, the vehicle that's not housed is rusted thoroughly to the extent that it's no longer usable. Ms. Ryder should not be in the position to risk either of these possibilities. Sincerely, Dan Tonona. And the second correspondence was from William Conley. I'm writing you to support of Marcia Ryder's request for a dimensional variance. It is my understanding that the proposed connective roof, which completely makes sense for cover walking to from the garage, will deem the garage as a principal structure. As such, the garage will not conform to the lot line setback. Since the garage is already an existing structure, I don't see any problem with this variance request. Thank you for your consideration, Bill Conley. Is Ms. Ryder here?
Yes.
Ah, hi.
Hi. how are
Good
you?
evening. Could you please spell your name for us?
Yes, Marcia, Marcia, Ryter, Ryter.
And you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. So tell us what you have going on and what you'd like to do.
Well, I have a garage that we started construction on. And the garage at the time when we applied for the first building permit, it was within the setbacks of what I was allowed to put for the garage. It complied with the zoning. But then as the garage started to be built, I began to realize that I really would like to be able to go into the garage and go into my house. My husband, unfortunately, we were going to retire in the house and live there permanently. I live alone, but he passed away while seeing a patient 3 years ago. So I have actually lived in the house now through those 3 winters. And it really is very dark. Most of my neighbors are seasonal. I have one neighbor, Mr. Tonona, who lives next door. His wife recently just passed away. But I don't have neighbors around me. The road I live on is a dirt road, and there are no street lights on it at all. And so it really is very dark at night. And my husband, when he was alive, he would have done the snow plowing and the rest, but I don't know how to do that anymore. So I would have to plow, I'd have to shovel it myself with a hand shovel. And I'm not asking for anything that will impede any of my neighbors. In fact, I actually tried very hard to please them all. And so all I really want to do is just be able to come in from the garage at night into my house. And I don't feel, nor do my neighbors, that I'm asking more than I feel like it would be a hardship for me if I'd actually have to shovel more now that the garage is there. So I'm hoping that, I appreciate all your time. I know it's been a long night for all of you, and I appreciate you listening to me, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get emotional about it, but
That's okay.
my husband and I built this. We've owned the house for 40 years.
Yeah.
And my husband loved the house. We will never leave it or sell it. It will be left. My son passed away at 26. I only have a daughter, and I will leave it to her, and she never has a plan of selling it either. So all of my memories of my family are tied into that house. So I would like to be able to stay in it if I can.
Sure.
And I don't want to have to leave there.
So, so the
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
so the garage is already approved and the garage is being built.
Yes.
That's closer. So, and we're talking, I guess that it's no longer a principal structure, so that's not really an issue of closeness or not. But yeah, it seems pretty straightforward. Well, let's just kind of see how everybody's, any board members have questions of Reitzer?
Excuse me,
Rob.
Mr. Callahan, Mr. Cagnetto.
Yeah,
Attorney Callahan is actually present for this applicant, and I know he probably has some things to say also.
oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Callahan, go for it.
Actually, I think Marcia's done pretty well without me, so I think that makes sense.
No, you probably wouldn't have gotten nearly as emotional as I did. I'm sorry. I
Sometimes
apologize.
that helps, who knows?
I apologize.
You're fine.
Just for some background, Marcia, I just want to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
The residence is at 44 Mill Road, and that's your primary residence, right?
Yes, it is my only residence. That's right.
And it's fair to say this was a former Coast Guard barracks?
It was built during the war. It was built, it housed the Coast Guard, the Coast Guard men who patrol the beach. And they actually kept dogs on the other side of Route 2. It was originally at the top of the land, but it was slid down on telephone poles. As a result, I don't have a basement.
Right, okay, and that's a good point. The garage does have a top floor or a second floor, and that will not be heated or used for anything but storage, correct? Because you have no basement?
Yes, I have no storage in my house as of now. I don't have an attic. It isn't even tall enough to stand. I mean, there isn't any space there. And I have just a partial basement. Most of it is I guess a crawl space or whatever they call it. I don't know. But anyway, no, I have no storage whatsoever. I currently have to store all my furniture from my yard. Anything that I have, I store it on the porch because it's the only cover I have. I don't have any way of protecting anything. So I put it outside on the porch.
And the garage is about 10 feet from the setback in the rear, and you're currently in process of constructing that, correct?
Yes,
And
yes,
Jim Roderick and Sons is doing the construction?
he is. He renovated the house from the original structure that it was. We have worked with him and my husband. They were very involved in the process. They put a huge amount of time into the interior of the house and the exterior.
And you just feel it'd be more safe and better for you in a lot of ways to have the connector from the garage, since it's already partly constructed to make you feel more healthy and safe, especially in the winter months.
Yes, I'm 72 and I live alone, and I have one daughter. She lives in upstate New York. So most of a lot of things around the house, I try to do them myself, but as time goes on, I don't know how to use a snow blower. And I have to be able to get to the garage. So I'd have to shovel the backyard basically to get out to the garage if I can't have the connector.
Mr. Chair, I don't think I have any questions at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for dissing you there. I didn't mean to.
No, it's all right.
All right. The board members, you have any questions of the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions and I'll be happy to make a motion. This is so straightforward that I don't think we need to spend a whole lot of time.
Not at all. But let me just check. Jessica, is there anyone out there that wants to speak on behalf of this petition?
No one has any hands raised.
Okay, Mr. Daniels, the floor is yours.
Any other board members want to comment? Or?
Oh,
Sure,
this
go
is
ahead.
pretty straightforward.
Oh, hang on, Susan. Just, yep.
I have just a quick question. So the garage construction has started and you're going to modify it to add the connector. When was that? Did you require a building permit for the new garage? And that was passed by this board?
The garage was granted a building permit, I believe, by Jamie last fall or last summer, and the setbacks are okay with the garage, but the connector makes the garage a principal structure.
The principal structure.
Right.
So, okay, I understand. And so the building permit was already approved, but now we're doing the dimensional.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Daniels.
Okay, Ms. Walsh. Ms. Ryder, I must say that's a lovely property you have. I met with the two of the contractors. I don't know if they're the principal members or not, but they seem very experienced. They're doing a beautiful job with your finishing up your garage. And they explained fully to me what they want to do with the connector. So, and it's a great location. And once again, it's very nicely maintained, beautiful, older home. So
It is. Thank you very
enjoy.
much.
With that, I'll move to approve the petition of Marcia Ryder, 45 Middle Road, South Kingstown, for dimensional variance. In accordance with section 207 and with section 907, the application and the supporting documents were already entered into the record by the chairman. Ms. Ryder spoke on her behalf, explaining that it's certainly a lot easier to transgress the area of the 20 feet or so between the garage and the home if it were in a covered space, especially at this time of year.
Yeah.
The fact that this does attach the garage with the house makes it a principal structure. So therefore, the requirement for the dimensional setback is 20 feet is requested and is needed because of that particular requirement in the ordinance. The board finds that the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characteristics of the structure and not to the general characteristics of the surrounding area. In fact, many, I should say, in that area have connected garages in that neighborhood. And certainly this makes it a lot easier for, as I mentioned, for the applicant to cross the area between her house and the garage, especially in the inclement weather. The board finds that the hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant and certainly does not result in a desire of the applicant to gain any further financial gain because she intends to live there and it's her principal residence. And there is no prior action. The garage has been properly permitted and this will just complete the entire parcel and make it more convenient for the applicant. It certainly will not alter the general characteristic of the surrounding area because again, there are many attached garages in that particular location. The board finds that the relief granted is the least relief necessary because in looking at that particular piece of property, there's no other way to connect the garage and the principal residence. It has to go exactly where It adjoins the, I believe, the kitchen or breezeway with the side of the garage. The hardship suffered by the owner of the subject property, if we don't grant this, is more than a mere inconvenience, because once again, due to the weather conditions in the winter and the fact that the applicant has testified that she's not proficient with a snow blower, this will certainly make it a lot easier for her to move between her garage and her house. So with that, there are no conditions. With that, I would move approval of this application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mr. Charkowik. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Charkowik?
Aye.
Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Mr. Rosen?
Aye.
Mr. Cagnetta, aye. Motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you very much for your time. You've all been very kind. Thank you very much.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
the house. It's a great place.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have the petition of Craig Anderson of 47 Amato Circle in Weathersfield, Connecticut. 06109 for a dimensional variance under the zoning ordinance as follows. The applicant is seeking to construct a second-story addition to the existing single-family dwelling. The applicant is also seeking to construct a 9-foot by 3-foot porch on the first story. The addition will be located 13 feet from the front property line. The required front yard setback is 25 feet, so a relief of 12 feet is requested. Lot size is 0.44 acres. Dimensional variance is required per the zoning ordinance. Section 207, non-conforming lots of record, building setback requirements, and section 907 are standards of relief. The owner of the property is Craig C. and Kimberly A. Anderson, the premises located at 140 Teal Drive, South Kingstown. Assessors map 90-1, lot 166, and is zoned R80. And for this petition, we have the original application. We have a notice and we have one correspondence, which I will read in, which is received on March 8th, 2022 to the South Kingstown Zoning Board of Review from Alicia Novi, Esquire, from 41 Hill Street in Southington, Connecticut, 06489. The application concerning the application for 140 Teal. Board of Review on behalf of the owner of 110 Teal Drive, South Kingstown, Rhode Island, Lori Novi, please allow me to offer my support for the variance requested. As past chair and current member of the Southington Board of Appeals, Zoning Board of Appeals, I understand the hardship this family is facing with their current non-conforming structure. The owners have a house that predates zoning regulations in South Kingstown, which creates issues when trying to make the house functional for modern use. While the addition of a porch will decrease the setback of the house, its current location will not affect the neighborhood and will not be seen often since the road is lightly traveled. Secondly, the owners would like to add a second story. While a variance is needed for this, it will not affect the footprint of the home. The addition of the second story will allow the large family to make better use of their home. The property is well screened from their neighbors, and there will be little impact to views from the neighboring lots. Thank you for allowing my family to register our support for this application. Regards, Alicia Novi Esquire, on behalf of Lori Novi and the Novi family. So who is here tonight for this petition?
Craig Anderson here. I'm the property owner.
Great, Greg. And could you please spell your name for us?
First name C-R-A-I-G, last name A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N.
And you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. So please go ahead. What would you like to do?
Yeah, so, to meet the needs of our family, we need to expand the living area of the house. We have strong personal ties to the property and to the neighborhood. The existing structure was built in 1949, so it does not meet the current setback requirements. The planned expansion is a Cape-style second floor that fits all within the footprint of the current structure. A dimensional variance of relief of 12 feet is needed for the second floor since the first floor, does not meet the current setback requirements. And then in addition to the second floor, The plan includes a 9-foot by 3-foot open front door landing that has a roof on it that'll provide shelter and safety to the main entryway to the house. And that landing fits within the same 12-foot relief that's needed for the second floor. The property has a unique shape. It has 6 sides to it, and the front yard has 2 different sides at different angles. And it's that angle in the front yard that causes the existing structure to not meet setback. It's a hardship because it wouldn't be feasible to add a second floor that didn't follow the shape of the first floor of the structure. It's the least relief that's necessary. There's no other reasonable alternative, right, to enjoy the beneficial use of the property. And the plan accomplishes the objectives with the least disruption to the property. And then I'd also add in the property across the street from the area of the requested variance is unbuildable vacant land. And the one neighbor that has a view of the area of the requested variance supports the project based on my discussions with him.
Yeah, and that person was, I'm trying to think, 110, okay. Oh, she's farther up the street, but you're saying
no families farther up the street. Jason Glander, who's my immediate neighbor, I've discussed the project with him, and
okay, he's not here, obviously, and so okay,
yeah.
All right. Board members, any questions for Mr. Anderson?
I just have one, Mr. Chairman, if I may. The existing OWTS is permitted for how many bedrooms?
I believe for 2 bedrooms.
All right, and you're going to add some bedrooms?
The upstairs is going to be finished but open, so not a bedroom. But we do plan to replace the existing septic with a modern one, right, as part of the project as well.
I'm sorry, with what? I'm sorry.
With a modern septic. Right,
oh,
so
okay.
Replace the existing septic with a new and conforming septic.
So you have an application in already, or you're pending an application, or?
It'll be part of the application for the building permit, and it will be part of the application for the ascent from the.
Okay. Thank you.
And for Mr. Gorman, is the plans they submitted, is it considered an expansion of beyond the 2 bedrooms, or is this staying within the?
Mr. Chairman, typically an increase in bedrooms will require an alteration to the system, but also if you're increasing the floor area would be a trigger, a review by DEM. So in excess of 600 square feet would trigger a system suitability determination from DEM. So I think if he wanted to keep the system that he has, he would need DEM's approval, but it sounds like he's willing to replace it or alter it.
And that's automatic. I mean, that'll kick in regardless of us being aware of it or not.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Walsh.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, this isn't your principal residence right now, is it?
It is not right now, but our kids
Sounds
are
like you're
growing, and it very well may be in the future. And we're trying to.
So that's why you don't need the extra bedrooms right now. It's
Right
more of a weekend place where they come in with their sleeping bags.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions from board members?
Yeah, I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Roden.
Mr. Anderson, what's the height going to be when you put the second story on there?
It will be about 26 feet from grade level.
Okay, Jamie, is there a height restriction on this?
So he would be, the building height would be limited to 35 feet. There is a section, because this is in the floodplain, and I believe we had a discussion, Mr. Anderson and I, that he would have to stay under 50% of the assessed or appraised value of the structure, so as not to be required to elevate the existing home and meet the design flood elevation for the floodplain. But so he's well under the 35 based on the drawings he has now.
Okay, thank you.
And
Yeah,
then Bo, you got a question, right?
Yeah, I have one question. Your plans show a storage area for the full second floor. You're wiping out the first floor bedroom to enlarge the living area down there, plus install the stairs to the second floor. Are you gonna finish the second floor? Or are you gonna keep it as storage forever?
At some point in the future, we may finish the second floor. Our goal right now is to do the construction and keep it non-substantive, right, under the FEMA regulations, right? And as Mr. Gorman mentioned, keep it below 50% of the appraisal of the existing structure.
Yeah. So in the future, you're gonna put a new system in now to meet the DEM's requirements for the cost of, or the increase in the floor area?
That's correct.
Yeah. All right. You're gonna put a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom system?
The plan is to put in a 3-bedroom system.
Yeah. So in the future, you're going to create 2 more bedrooms, probably a bath, a full bath up on the second floor then.
Yeah, so that new septic, right, that is part of our plan, is that if in the future we wanted to do that, it could be accommodated with that new septic we'll put in now.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other board members' questions of the applicant?
Oh, one other question. There's gonna be a roof porch, right? Out front.
Yeah, it'll be a landing that is sticks out from the structure at the front door. And, that landing will have a roof to provide coverage when you first come out the front door.
Is the roof gonna cover steps, or is it just gonna cover the landing?
Just the landing.
Okay, there are gonna be steps though.
It's the front door is just about at grade. So there'll be one step down from the front door onto that landing that has a roof over it. And then stepping off that landing will be right at level.
It'll be right at ground level.
At ground level, correct.
Yeah, okay. That's it.
Mr. Chairman, just one question of more of curiosity than anything else. I'm wondering if that little cove or inlet behind your driveway is ever flooded up into the driveway. Just curious.
Yeah, since we've owned the house in 2013, the water has never come above the seawall, right, on any part of the property.
Excellent. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Charkowik, do you have any questions?
No, none here.
I don't know either. All right, Jessica, is there anyone out there that wants to speak on behalf of this petition?
No one has their hand raised.
Okay. It seems fairly straightforward, aside from the front porch, it's staying the same size. And any changes to the septic will be on you. So, okay, anybody, any other discussion by board members or thoughts?
No.
Motions?
Seems pretty straightforward to me.
It does. Anyone want to make a motion or?
I'll make the motion
All right, Ms. Walsh.
with some patience.
Yes.
Okay. this is a motion, I mean, this is an application on the part of Craig Anderson to, for a dimensional variance for 140 Teal Drive, South Kingston. And I'm sorry, it's for Craig C. Anderson and Kimberly A. Anderson. The area is zoned R80, and the ordinance section 207, which is non-conforming lot of record, building setback request, and section 907 standards of relief. So Mr. Anderson's application plans to increase the size of the existing structure by adding a second floor totaling 780 square feet. That the second floor is going to match the first floor. So there's, and it's going to be used in a non-substantial fashion for the foreseeable future. But Mr. Anderson would also like to add a 9x3 open front landing with a roof on top. And this is what requires the dimensional variance. There's an additional, the requirement of an additional foot in front of the house, in front of the front door, to add a landing with a cover and for safety purposes. That Mr. Craig Anderson spoke as a representative of himself, and there were no other individuals speaking at the hearing in support of this request. And there were no individuals speaking in opposition to this request. The board finds that the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land or structure and not to the general characteristics of the surrounding area, and is not due to a physical or economic disability of the applicant, excepting those physical disabilities addressed in section 45-24-30, paragraph 16, because the property itself is an extremely odd shape with 6 sides to it. And the house is positioned so that it already had a relief, but this is an additional relief. It does fit with the neighborhood. The board finds that the hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant and does not result primarily from the desire of the applicant to realize greater financial gain. Because for Mr. Anderson and his family, this is a second property that they may hope to develop as a principal property in the future. But for now, they just want to add storage space in the second floor. And they're not going to finish off the second floor completely at this time. And therefore, under the FEMA requirements, it's non-substantial. The board finds that the granting of the requested variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan on which the ordinance is based. As mentioned before, this is an old house. They've worked on it. They're adding a landing. It's normal in that neighborhood, and the neighborhood is not densely populated. The board finds that the relief to be granted is the least relief necessary. And the board finds that the hardship suffered by the owner of the subject property, if the dimensional variance is not granted, amounts to more than a mere inconvenience, because this is an issue for safety and having a covered landing in the climate. The board also wants to note that Mr. Anderson, as part of his application, is planning to replace the OWTS system for one that can accommodate at least 3 bedrooms in the future. And he'll plan to include the OWTS, new OWTS, as part of his application for the building permit. Did I miss anything?
May I make a comment?
Sure.
Hang on one sec.
Okay.
Hang on one sec. Is there, okay, the motion was made. Can I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Rosen. Okay, discussion, Mr. Anderson, you wanted to mention something?
Excuse me, Mr. Cagnetta.
Yes,
Before you go further, this should have a 2-year expiration based on CRMC approval and DEM approval. So the motion should be amended.
Okay.
Susan, go ahead.
Yeah, the board would like to amend the current motion to approve the application of Mr. Craig C. Anderson for 140 Teal Drive, South Kingston, to include a 2-year continuance, to include a 2-year expiration because of the need to apply for a new OWTS system.
Excellent. And second, Mr. Rosen?
Yes.
Any more?
Nope, Mr. Anderson, what was it that you wanted to mention?
I just wanted to make sure that the motion included the need for 12 feet of relief. Ms. Walsh did a beautiful job on the motion, but I wasn't sure if I heard the 12
Yeah,
feet.
we're covered. You've got a lot of documents here.
Okay.
And thanks to a wonderful zoning office and a superb legal counsel, we've got a lot covered here. But yes, we can
I
add the
appreciate it.
12 feet.
Yep. It's based on your application and requested relief.
Understood.
That's what we'll give you.
And I'm not good with numbers.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Walsh,
Aye.
Mr. Rosen,
Aye.
Mr. Brown? Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry,
Aye.
Mr. Charkowik,
No.
sorry, Mr. Charkowik, sorry.
Aye.
Aye, and Mr. Daniels.
Aye.
And Mr. Cagnetta, aye, motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Thanks for your time.
All right, next we have the petition of Matthew A. Amato of 691 D2 Succotash Road, Wakefield, Rhode Island, 02879, for a special use permit under the zoning ordinance as follows. The applicant is seeking to construct a 199.5 square foot deck attached to an existing seasonal cottage. Lot size is 7.67 acres. Special use permit is required per the zoning ordinance, section 203. Special use permit for addition, enlargement, expansion, or intensification, section 608, coastal community overlay district, and section 907, standards of relief. The owner of trailer 691D2 Succotash Road is Matthew A. Amato on property owned by Village at Potter's Pond LLC, located in South Kingstown, assessors map 87-3, lot 5, and is zoned CW. And of this application, we have two two documents, the notice and the application itself. So who is here for this petition?
Matthew Amato, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Amato, A-M-A-T-O.
You're way ahead of me, sir. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you going to be speaking as well?
Yes, I'm Meredith Amato,
Yep. And spell your name for me.
Meredith.
Okay,
Same last
Meredith.
name.
And you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, great. So why don't you guys go ahead and tell me what you'd like to do?
We'd like to build a deck on the front of the cottage trailer, keeping it within the ordinance under the 200 square feet. Looking at the picture that we also submitted, there's a sliding glass door that is currently screwed off by a piece of vinyl fencing. And it's on the southern end of the trailer. And the neighbors, speaking with the neighbors, they expressed early on that they did not want a deck going all the way across the front of the structure, let alone once we got into understanding the square footage, that it wouldn't necessarily be possible because it would be so long and narrow. So we kind of came up with this design that would allow us to use that slider as another point of egress and not blocked off, and yet alone also have a deck towards the driveway side more central and not encroaching upon any of the neighbors and still use that front door.
And you made a point in there about the fact that your stairs already came out some? The
Yeah,
existing
there's
monument
a set of
stairs?
fiberglass stairs. There's a set of fiberglass stairs there now, and with the landing, and then 3 stairs, and it comes out the railing. That point comes out to just 6 feet 10 inches.
Yep.
The outermost edge of the deck would come out off the proposed to come out off the front of the trailer 10 feet. So only adding an additional 3 feet onto that area. There's also a circle, if you could see, if you stop by, or from an aerial view of a gravel circle. And there was a picnic table there. Understand that's not a permanent structure, but the village at Potter Pond board expressed concern about a vehicle or emergency vehicles. If another vehicle decided to park there, an emergency vehicle getting through. And I said that the picnic table that was there, I doubt anybody moved to make sure that there was enough room to park off the road. Not that there's parking there. We have parking in our driveway area, one in front of the other spots. But that picnic table came out to about 11.5 feet.
And where is your parking? To the left side of the building?
That's correct. Yeah, to the left side, it's a shared driveway with the trailer across that driveway, and we each have 2 spots, one in front of the other.
And how about the folks to your right side? Where do they park?
Right in front of their trailer there, they park, and they also, right in front of their deck and trailer there's like gravel. They made another spot, Tom and Ann Bjorgerson.
So there's no need for them to park, for anyone to park in front of your building?
No, sir.
And it says here that the drive is about 18 feet or so wide right now. 18.4 to 17,
Yeah,
somewhere around there.
What I measured was on the left side, the northernmost point. I measured 18.8, and then coming out on the southernmost side, the right side, looking at the structure, 17 foot wide.
So there's ample room for 2 vehicles to pass in front?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Board members, questions? No? Jessica, is there anyone out there that wants to speak on this petition?
No one has their hand raised.
Okay. You guys want to add anything else? Matt and Meredith, you guys good?
Just that we also have 2 small daughters that are 7 and 4. So
Yep.
this would allow a space to be outside and a little safer because it'd be raised and also somewhat enclosed by having a fence rather than them being in the front yard with the road right next to it.
That's fair.
And we look forward to using the slider on the same level rather than, other things that were talked about or thought about. But I'm a correctional officer. I work at a jail, and one of the first things that I look at when I see that is the bars over the door. And I'm just, for me, I don't want to think about work when we're there.
That's not how you want to keep your daughters in, is what you're saying. Understood. They're not old enough. No, I'm kidding. Okay. All right. Any other questions, board members of the applicants?
Mr. Chairman, the question, do we need to add the condition about parking? I know it seems like the association did that pretty clearly directly to you all, but is that something that we need to add, approving this dimensional
In
variance?
terms of the location of where they're going to park?
Yeah,
Or-
I don't, well, I'm just asking.
This is Amy. If that's a condition that's going to be enforced by a private party, I would suggest we not include it as a condition as well. Let the association enforce that condition.
It's going to be improved by us. We're not parking there, and we're not allowing it. It's very clear that there's 2 spots and there's overflow parking for the village Potter's Pond in another area. That if we have friends visiting or guests or something like that, that they can get a parking permit and park somewhere else.
Okay.
We have no intentions, and we will not allow anybody to park there.
Yeah, now that I know you have 2 little girls.
All right, and it looks like you have, you've submitted a variety of correspondences with, looks like, about 8 or 10 folks or more.
Yeah, we, the village of Potter's Pond wanted me to make sure that I spoke with all the neighbors, the surrounding neighbors that went up there. I met with 2 of them. I become friends with one of them next door. Their daughter lives about 10 minutes down the road here from us, and they live really close to us here in New York. But out of the 7 that I reached out to, 6 of them all showed support. And that is what I submitted to the board at Village of Potter's Pond before they approved us. And the one gentleman that I did not hear back from, when I spoke with a friend of mine in the park, said, you won't hear back from him. He has no problems. He doesn't care. He just cares about his place. He's not gonna tell you yes or no. I tried.
Oh, you're fine. All right. So you guys have you're good? Anything else to add, or? Nope. All right. Someone want to make a motion for this applicant?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman. If that's all right with you.
Oh, yeah, please go for it.
Okay. I'll move to approve the petition of Matthew Amato of 691 D2 Succotash Road, Wakefield, Rhode Island, seeking a special use permit. The applicant is looking to construct just under 200 square feet of decking, which will be attached to the existing cottage on the premises. He's seeking a special use permit, which is required under section 203. This seems pretty straightforward. The applicant spoke on his behalf, as well as his partner. The documents provided by the applicant were read into the record by the chairman. He provided a lot of information from neighbors showing support, and as well as the community there with their approval. He altered the design to, satisfy the neighbors in the community, and this seems pretty straightforward. So the board finds that the special use is specifically authorized by the ordinance, section 203, which is special use for addition, enlargement, expansion. The board finds special use meets all of the criteria set forth in section 203, and the granting of the special use permit will not alter the general character of the surrounding area, impair the intent or purpose of the ordinance or the comprehensive plan of the town. He redesigned the deck so that they wouldn't have any impact on ingress and egress, and as well as access to other structures in the area for emergency use. They've assured us that parking won't be impaired in any way. Did we talk trash? I didn't hear anything about trash, but is this going to have any impact on where you're putting that?
No, it shouldn't have any effect on where we're putting it. I mean, they have, I think, 4 dumpsters, and we'll empty it and bring it right to the dumpsters. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, sir.
All right, not an issue. So, and all the other criteria set forth has been satisfied. So with that, I'll move to approve the petition.
Excellent. Motion is made by Mr. Charkowik with some trash talk. And is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Daniels. Any other discussion?
Sir, I just do have one question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Just like the gentleman before me, I didn't know, I do know that I have to contact CRMC and go through them and whatnot. Do I need to, Ms. Collins is
Thank you. Yes, this should be noted as a conditional approval with a 2-year expiration date since CRMC approval is required.
That's right. I should have. Thank you. I will amend the motion and note that there's a 2-year expiration and that CRMC approval is required.
And you'll second that as well, Mr. Daniels? Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Charkowik,
Aye.
Mr. Daniels,
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mr. Rosen,
Aye.
Mr. Cagnetta, aye. Motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Have a good night.
Thank you. And even though we typically stop now, I'm feeling hopeful that we can get through these last two
Oh,
in a reasonable amount of time. Is everybody okay to kind of power through these, or I'm seeing no shaking?
I'm good.
You good? Okay.
I'm good.
I have to recuse myself.
Is it this one that you are?
Yep,
Okay. Do you mind hanging on for the time it takes to get through this?
not really, but.
Well, the only risk is, well, there's no risk. I mean, we just won't start, if you're not here, we won't start, Simonetti. But if you don't mind hanging around.
We'll see.
If it's, I mean, how about this?
Yeah.
If we go past 10:30, with this one,
Rob, I just see a couple hands up in the audience. I don't know if you want to, if Jess wants to see who they are and possibly allow them to speak. I'm seeing a few different hands.
sure. Jess, why don't you see if it's an active wave?
Right, so yeah, so they're all kind of popping up right now. So we're gonna go Bruce Cutting.
Bruce.
Yes, good
Hi,
evening.
Good evening. Yep.
I really think that a half an hour is not going to be enough time for this.
For which one? For the current?
For Sharp Parkwood.
For
for
Sharp
Parkwood.
Parkwood? Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
Would you like me to go through the rest of the hands just to see?
Yeah, go through the rest of the hands.
Wendy,
Hi, this is Wendy Lucht. I live at 121 Parkwood Drive, across the street, and my property abuts.
Okay. And you wanted to speak in behalf of this at some point.
Yes, I want to speak against it.
Okay, so this will, okay, so,
and
okay,
I've got 3
Wonderful.
more hands raised, so
okay.
you want me to, should you want me to check with all of them, or?
How about this? If everybody's raising their hands about Sharp, then,
Can
we don't
I,
need to. Because we're probably
can I
gonna
at
decide
least
something.
present and get it started so we can see where people stand?
Issues with a recusal, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so, right,
And Casey won't be here next month, so we won't have enough board members.
it's requiring thinking.
I would suggest we
So-
push these 2 matters off, Mr. Chairman. I
sorry?
I would suggest to you that we push these 2 matters off and call it a night. I think this one's going to take a serious amount of time based on the hands raised.
So, in order for us, if Mr. Rosen is recusing himself and Mr. Charkowik is not here next meeting, then we wouldn't have enough members. Is that
We
correct?
will have a new member. A new member was appointed last night by the, Monday night by the council. So he will be our 5th and needed member for the quorum.
Okay, all right. So Amy, that's why this gets Ms. Sonder, I should say. This is why this is getting complicated, because we're moving around people and we don't have enough people to start listening to it tonight.
It's
Okay.
probably a good opportunity for the applicant to at least make some outreach to the neighbors, and maybe the problems can't be solved, but maybe they can, or at least they can tell us next month what attempt at outreach was made.
Can I ask if anybody submitted any letters? Because we reached out today and nobody had submitted anything at that time.
Yeah, we see. No, I don't see any, Jessica. Do you?
No, there's nothing has been received. So Amy, just so you know, I update the website as soon as I get them. So if you want to just check back, periodically, any correspondence would be on the website.
All right, thank you.
So I would say to those that either have their hands up or have concerns about this petition, you can start by sending in a correspondence to the building inspector, and it can be real short. Just say, I'm opposed to this and I want to talk about it, or I'm opposed to it for these reasons. You don't need to go through it. You don't have to defend it to the point of where you're not going to, have a chance to speak up at the meeting. Please, it will certainly help the applicant be able to understand what the concerns are and hopefully address them, instead of it just creating a whole combat zone. I encourage that. So now, does anyone still with their hand up want to say something?
I'm going to put them all down for a second. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it should be made clear, if we're going to continue this, the objectors should hold substantive comments until we continue it. And then, of course, the applicant can make their presentation.
Right, because we didn't necessarily open up this petition yet.
Right.
So any comments made wouldn't necessarily be part of the record.
Yeah, and I think the comments should just be held until we're actually going to get into it.
So if someone has questions about the next meeting, ask that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
you
Mr.
should
Brown.
tell them it's not going to be Zoom. It's going to be a meeting at the town hall.
Yes.
That's just what I was going to say. Yep.
You can watch online though, right? Or no?
It should be streamed on ClerkBase, but all you're available to do on ClerkBase is watch. It doesn't give you the opportunity to comment. So if you can't be present and you wanted to watch, just make sure to submit any correspondence prior to the hearing so your voice can be heard.
Yelling at the TV won't work. So, okay. So, Ms. Sonder, is that okay? I mean,
I think the clients on the Brenna Sharp's here, I have to defer to her, but
yeah, I mean that I guess if we don't have any other options, I would have loved to go through it tonight. I will certainly reach out to all the neighbors. I haven't had, we see them on a daily basis, and Wade, we haven't had any concerns. So I'll certainly reach out to everyone personally and see if we can't find some common ground.
that'd be great. Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for waiting.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, so can we get a motion, or I'll just do it. I'll make a motion for the petition of Earl S. and Brenna E. Sharp to be continued to our next meeting of April 20th, 2022. So that's my motion. Anyone second?
I'll second.
Second, Mr. Charkwick. Wait, yes, he can vote. So any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. And the next petition is the petition of John Simonetti. Well, I'll just ask before we start, is the applicant here? And is it something that they want to wait, or do we want to try to get through this one?
Yes, hello, hi, I'm John. I'm the architect. I'm representing Kelly on our house, and so there would not be time tonight to present. Is that basically it? So we'd probably defer till next month. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it depends how complicated it's going to be. If you have a lot to present, and if there are those that are going to be opposed or otherwise. I mean, you kind of saw tonight how some were 20 minutes and some were an hour.
Exactly, yeah. It's basically, we're adding three pieces, a staircase and a bump out on one side, a piece to the main house, and then the rest of it is over the existing house. So that's basically it. So I don't know if this.
Well, hang on. So you think it's going to be pretty straightforward?
I think so.
Okay. So we're going to have, well, no, even if we have to continue it, it'll be okay. If for some reason we're running out of time and we're all falling asleep on the desk.
Absolutely. If you can't hear it, that's
No.
fine.
No.
No, because
Rob,
yeah.
It
I
wouldn't
can't
work
start
if
it.
it had to be continued because Casey won't be here and the new board member won't have heard any testimony.
But we
So,
will, but we have 5 though.
yeah, but if we
Without
start
Casey.
tonight, all members need to be present and the new board member isn't here tonight, so he can't hear testimony in April.
Right, but they wouldn't be voting on the next one in April. But we
They
would
would
have,
because Bill has recused.
No,
not
I'm not
this
gonna,
one.
I'm not gonna reach cues on this one. I can.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay,
But I think we'd still run into the issue with Casey, right? 1, 2, 3.
I'd be an alternate for this one.
he could be, yeah. I could just treat him as an alternate, right?
Okay.
I don't
I'm
think you can pick and choose. I think you have
No,
to remain.
no,
Oh, I can't.
no,
Okay.
yeah, the alternate only votes when the full member isn't available.
Okay, so, okay, so in this, we can't peel anything out of this. He can't recuse himself for no reason.
I have no reason to recuse, sorry.
Okay, so you're saying we should and must continue this?
I'm sorry, I was mistaken. I was still thinking Bill was recusing. I guess we would have 5 members if we had to continue to next month because we have Bo. So Casey just wouldn't be present. I'm sorry.
Okay. So I can do that, Amy?
You might want to ask if there are any objectors in the audience and see if the rest of the board is okay, provided that there are no objectors.
Okay. Jessica, is there anyone else here that wants to speak against this petition? That would have concerns about us?
No one has their hand raised.
Okay, so I should read it in. We're good. So this is the petition of John A. Simonetti, Architect LLC of 178 Summit Drive in Cranston, Rhode Island, 02920. For a dimensional variance under the zoning ordinance as follows. The applicant is seeking to construct a 20-foot by 5-foot addition to the existing single-family dwelling. The applicant also seeks to connect the existing garage to the dwelling by way of the second-story addition. The garage addition will include expansion of living space and a new exterior stairway located on the north side. The garage stairs will be located 1 inch from the corner side property and 5 foot 11 inches from the front property line. Required front and corner yard setback is 25 feet. Relief requested is 24 feet, 11 inches and 19.1 feet respectively. The garage addition will also be located 2 feet from the west side property line. The required yard setback is 13 feet. Relief of 11 feet is requested. Additionally, the proposed building coverage will be 41 feet. The maximum lot coverage permitted is 25 feet. Relief of 16 feet is requested. Lot size is 0.9 acres. Dimensional variance is required per zoning ordinance, section 207, non-conforming lots of record building setback requirements, section 401, schedule of dimensional regulations, and section 907 are section standards of relief. Owner of the property is Kelly King for premises located at 224 Middlebridge Road, South Kingstown, Assessors Map 43-4, Lot 61, and is zoned R20. For this, we do have their application and we have their notices. Mr. Simonetti.
Yes.
Mentioned that you are here to discuss this application.
Absolutely, yes. So
Before we go on,
Yes.
is this going to be a continuance to April 20th?
The hope is no.
Do we have a quorum?
We do if we all stay for next meeting, even though Mr. Charkowicz won't.
I'm not seeing on my screen
Bill Bo's on the call.
Yeah, Bo's on the phone.
Yeah.
The 401 number.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's okay.
So Casey won't be here. That's right.
So John, so spell your name for us, please.
John, John, and then the last name Simonetti.
And you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. So go ahead, tell us what you guys are thinking of.
Okay, sure. So basically, the three pieces we'll be adding an addition on the front of the main house on the first floor, which will fall within the existing area of the deck. And the master suite above, it will line up exactly with that. So we're not increasing the lot coverage at all. It's to increase the interior of the kitchen. So, and then the other piece is on the garage, we'll be adding an exterior staircase and a bump out for more storage in the garage. And we'll be making it as small as possible to be functional. On the upper level of the garage, we were going to add some dormers in a bathroom and reframe out the roof over the garage, and then have a connector from that garage to the space above the garage to the master suite. The main reasons why we're facing hardship in this case is basically this is a non-conforming lot. So the minimum lot size in that area is 20,000 square feet. Our lot is only 3,900 square feet. So our lot is only 20% the size of a minimum lot for that area. So we do have some constraints. And there are also other issues, such as one of the residents has a chronic illness and she needs treatment on a constant basis. So the idea is the suite above is meant to have put a bathroom right in the bedroom, which will be above the garage. So we need a stair going up for medical staff to go up there. We need a little more storage in the garage for medical equipment. So that's basically it. And then also what we're doing aesthetically is keeping in with the area in terms of the aesthetics of what we're doing. We're not adding anything that is not appropriate or definitely has precedent in the area in terms of how we plan to achieve that. So that's in the long and short of it of what this is about. So if there's any questions and whatnot.
So, I mean, this is quite an expansion on a small lot.
Yeah.
I'll ask a silly question, like why this lot? Like why put more on something that's already really small?
Well, basically, as I said, it's a non-conforming lot, so we only have 3,900 square feet. So the main reason for the staircase in the apartment over the garage is for the resident who has a chronic illness. And it's to have, because the bathroom in the house is not connected to the master suite. The person has to go down the hall and whatnot. So this person has had this illness for most of her life. And so she needs this, treatment. So the idea is to put the bathroom and the bedroom in the same space. So that's basically it. In terms of the bump out on the main house, we're not increasing the lot coverage at all. So basically the existing lot coverage, what we have now is 37%. And that piece would not increase the lot coverage at all in terms of what is right now. As for the stair and the bump out, that would add, a few percentage points to it. So that's basically, so it's difficult for these people to move at this time. And this is, this house, based on the situation, that they're facing in terms of the medical, illness of one of the residents. And so, it's a little strapped in. So basically the zoning code doesn't really match the site. So if we take a look at the front setback, the side setback, there's basically nothing left. So for what the lot is and what the zoning code, it can't possibly work. So therein lies the hardship. So the site is really not, a conforming site. So So it seems like, my goodness, look at all we're adding, but we're only at a 3,900 square foot lot, and that's only 20% of, the 20,000 square foot lot, which would be the minimum lot in the area. So that was basically what the thinking was.
Okay. So board members, questions relative to this petition?
Yeah, I got a couple of
All right.
questions.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Rosen, start off with him. Good, Bill.
Did somebody else want to add?
Bo will go after you. Well, why don't you go
And I
first?
had a couple questions.
Okay, we'll go around the room. So Bill, you start.
Okay. Are you expanding the garage out towards Middlebridge Road?
No, the idea was to add a staircase on the side to get up to the room upstairs, which we would be changing the roof to get more room and adding a bathroom. There will be, we're proposing a little bump out on the garage on the Grant Avenue side. So that would be like 4 foot by 10 foot. So that's a bump out to have more storage in the garage. But in terms of going closer to Middlebridge, no, not in that direction. The staircase does, run perpendicular, or perpendicular to Middlebridge and parallel to Grant.
So the footprint for the garage is not changing. Is that correct?
Not the main part of it. There will be a bump out on it. There will be a bump out, so there will be a slight change.
Towards Grant Avenue, I understand
That's
that.
correct. Yes, that's correct. That would be the piece that we would be adding to. So
When I visited there, it looked like the garage the footprint was being moved out towards Middlebridge, but it's such a small lot, and there's already so much building on it. It's really hard to tell proportionally what's happening here.
well, yes, there's little pieces here and there that we're adding. So the piece on the garage we are adding or proposing to add would be that facing the Grant Avenue, which would be a 13 feet by 4 foot piece onto the, that way there could be a car that could come in and park in that direction, and there'd be more storage in the garage. That's the piece we're adding on. And then the staircase.
And when cars come in, they don't come in on the Middlebridge side, they come in on the Grant Avenue side right now?
Right now they come in on the Middlebridge, but this is also to provide more storage in terms of like medical equipment and whatnot. Because there's no basement in this house since it's an AE zone. So it's an AE zone, so there's no basement. So, it's just a crawl space. So there's no storage, under the house.
No,
So
I understand that. What I don't understand is, are you in some way expanding the garage and actually taking away the entrance to the garage from the Middlebridge side?
No, we're not taking away the entrance. That will still exist. That'll still be there. So the idea was to add more storage onto the garage on the Grant Avenue side. And then the opening garage door that you enter, on Middlebridge would still be there.
And that will be used for cars?
Yes.
Okay.
This bump out is mostly for storage of materials.
Okay. What are you doing with the house, the front of the house itself?
In the front of the house, there's a piece. Let me get to the floor plan here. So on the floor plan, if we see where the kitchen is. Okay, so we were gonna above the master suite overhangs the deck. So if we were to take that line, the front flush of the master suite, and take it straight down, that's approximately where our bump out would end up. Right where our bump out is going on the main house is actually where there is current deck. So we would not actually be increasing the lot coverage in that case. So right now there's columns coming down and there's a deck above it. We're just taking that straight down and we're making that bump out on that piece. So it's basically on the side of the house closest to the garage. There'll be a piece we would be adding on, which would be 4'4" by approximately 20 feet, which is essentially filling in the space from above, so to speak. So
underneath that deck, it's going to be completely closed in.
That's correct. So the deck. So we're not really increasing the lot coverage because right where that piece is going to be, in that case, there's deck. So this is deck currently existing.
Okay. Boy, this is really crowded, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. I may have some more questions, but
okay.
Okay, Mr. Brown, you had a question? Or-
Yeah, following up on Bill's question, you're putting a 4 by 10 or 12 bump out on the Grant Road side. Why can't you put that in the garage? The garage is 24 foot deep. Actually, it's 28 feet deep. You could take 4 feet out of the back of that garage, and instead of putting that 4 foot bump out there, put your storage there.
So you're saying to go in the to connect the garage in the house? Is that what you're saying?
No, no,
Kelly.
no.
Can I
No,
answer that
you have
question?
you have a 4 foot bump out going on the Grant Road side,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Why can't you put that in the back of the garage?
Oh, the back of the garage, because that's where the property.
No, inside the garage on the back side.
Because the idea because we were looking to have more storage space. That was the idea. So
Well, you don't show. You just show the garage. You don't show any storage area in the garage. And you want to put that 4 foot bump out there. You can put it in the garage and still park a car in there. You'll still have 24 feet in length. And basically that's, garages are 24 by 24, average garage.
This
well-
is Kelly King, the homeowner. I don't know if I have to be sworn in, but
Ms. King, I think you want to just mute yourself until we're ready for you.
okay.
Am I still on?
You're still here, Bo. Do you have
Yeah.
a was there a question?
The question I have, why can't he, instead of putting that bump out toward Grant, put it inside the garage itself?
with all due respect, I don't really understand what you're saying. I don't understand why. I don't understand how that would help.
Well, you have a 14 foot
Yes.
by 28 foot garage, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're proposing on the Grant on the roadside, you're proposing a 4 foot bump out for storage.
Yes.
Yeah. Why can't you take that 4 foot bump out and put it in the garage?
It's also so if they want to park a car there too, so they have the length.
The car. How long is the car? 20 foot, 22 foot.
The car, it's probably about I don't know, 10, 12 feet or something.
Yeah. So you could put that the garage is 24 foot in length. You could put the 4 foot and you'd still end up with 24 foot from the new storage area to the inlet, to the garage.
Mr. Cagnetta, excuse
Yes.
me.
Mhm.
Miss King is the applicant. She's
Oh.
the owner of the property, and I believe she
Yeah.
indicated that she may be able to answer the question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I wasn't aware of that. Okay. That'll be great. I'm sorry, Ms.
You
King.
Unmute.
Okay, so just spell your name for us, please.
Kelly, Kellie, King, King.
And you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I don't know why it's black, but
That's
yes, I
okay.
do.
But you're fine. So was there something in particular you wanted to answer?
Yeah, in regards to the gentleman at the bottom, Bo, I think his name is.
Oh, yeah.
The garage is, as you indicated, 24 feet, but there's a 2 foot inset with the wall, the way the foundation was laid. You can't get 2 cars back to back. Our cars are actually 16 feet. And putting it on the side where the side door is on Grant currently, we've tried every which way to get the car in. It's literally 2 feet shy of getting the length of a car in. Our cars are not mega trucks. It's a Jeep. And we try to get a Jeep and a Beetle in there, and no configuration worked. We did try.
So you need to
I just
come in.
wanted to
from
answer
Grant.
that.
You need to come in from both sides, is what you're saying.
To
in
make
order
it, to
fit
make
2
it
cars in.
work, and when the extra bump out was to accommodate the length of the car. And with the limited parking, we do as much as we can to try to get the cars in the garage so that anyone who does visit isn't parking on the street. They're actually parking in our driveway. That's why there's such a large driveway on the property currently, is that Grant is very narrow and Middlebridge is very speedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the day I was there, there wasn't any small car. They were all normal sized cars. So there
Yeah,
was
so the
three
Beetle is-
or four, yeah, the Buick, and there was 3 or 4 cars parked right in front on the Middlebridge side. There was none in the garage.
There is a car in the garage currently. The cars that you may have seen are my father does come to assist with helping me with some of the dogs, with my partner being ill, and the medical assistance that we're having coming to the house. There definitely is a car in the garage. You just can't get 2 in there.
Okay.
And what would the bonus room over the garage be used for?
That would be used for my partner so that the bathroom and the bedroom are attached. Currently in the home, we have 3 bedrooms. 2 of the bedrooms are 9 by 9, which are very, very tiny and not suitable for movement.
So the bonus room over the garage is going to be used for a bedroom.
It's an extension of the bedroom that exists there today. It's not a new bedroom. It would be an extension of the existing bedroom so that the bath is attached to the master suite.
I'm looking at 2 petitions. It looks like 2 doorways to, it doesn't really extend the master bedroom.
The idea was to have gliding doors so that you could close it off, because there would be an entrance with that staircase coming up. So there was privacy should somebody be coming up to assist.
Do you live there all year?
Yes, I've lived here for 15 years, all year.
Yep.
And the reason why this property, I think Mr. Cagnetta asked, is we're not in a position to move. The illness is difficult, to say the least. So we couldn't undertake that burden. And right now, the configuration downstairs, part of the bump out for I'm sorry, John, I think it's 5 feet where that the plants are and the deck are right now.
Yes, it's about 4 foot 10, 5 feet by 20 feet. So, and that's essentially we'd be filling in from where the existing deck is. Right now it's covered, And if we take that front wall where that 4 feet kicks out, that essentially lines up with the master suite above. So,
Yeah, and the reason we're asking for that is the house has been a configurations over the years. I hadn't lived here many moons ago, but I believe there were cottages down here, and the layout and the galley kitchen that we have and the bathroom that is on the bottom floor, we're struggling to navigate it with the medical wheelchair we have and stuff. So not trying to make this ADA compliant, I'm just trying to make it more usable for the situation of the occupant.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, I don't know if you were going to build a bedroom up there, why you would put bonus room, why the architect would put a bonus room on there and not label it correctly.
excuse me, sir. With all due respect, it's a suite for the woman who's ill. Okay, that's basically what she cannot get to the bathroom in that room. So the idea is she would be in that room. It would actually be a separate room. It would be a separate room, but it would be you would be able to connect from the master suite to that by going down, opening a door. You'll have to go down a couple steps and there. So that's where the woman who's ill would stay. And this way, the medical staff can come up from the street, and then and then she has a bathroom right there. So it's not a bonus room, respectfully, sir. It's basically a space for someone who has a chronic illness.
I can only read what you put on the plan.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Walsh?
Well, I think my question had to do, and I think Ms. King answered it, how many years they've been living there as a family. It is a single family dwelling. And I think a lot of these changes are for accessibility for the family. The downstairs plans, Bo, look to me like they're clearing out the area for a wheelchair to make it easier to get around in a wheelchair. But Ms. King and Bo, I think you both answered some of Mr. Brown, I think you answered my questions. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Board members, any other questions from?
I just have one quick question. I'm just wondering, maybe I missed it, but I was just trying to figure out distance between that 4-foot bump out and the street there, Grant. It looks like, is it gonna bridge that ditch that's there?
No, it's not gonna. There's gonna be about 3 or 4 feet from the culvert for that space. There's a drainage culvert in the street, but it'll be about 3 or 4 feet away from that. So it won't be. I did talk to the city engineering department. They said there is no official setback rule from that culvert. They said just don't go right near it. And that's basically what I did. I talked to them at the engineering department. And so we'll have about 3 or 4 feet away from that center line of that culvert.
Yeah, if we can make this less, we will. It's just, we fixed the garage many years ago. And we thought we were accommodating 2 cars, and not being in construction, didn't understand that there would be, it's at least a good 9 inches of wall of concrete inside the building. So we're requesting for, not knowing how the cement would be laid for that opening, but if we can do it in less, we would.
Okay, and then so one other question is, do I understand it correctly? 1 car enters from Middlebridge, 1 car enters from Grant to be able to get 2 in there, so you park them perpendicular?
Yeah, they're a T.
All right, okay, thank you. That's all I have.
With the idea of trying to reduce parking.
Yeah, you can't park anywhere over there on Middlebridge, especially where you are in the curb.
I would not park a car if you value it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, and I guess technically you're not taking away spaces. In fact, you're probably creating one, in the sense you're making your garage a little bigger.
Yeah, that's the spirit of it, because we can fit 3 cars across, but we have 2 of our own, and once you get a couple visitors, you run out of space very quickly. It doesn't take long. We do have nice neighbors that help us out, but the idea is to be self-sufficient.
And I saw that, I don't know if it was you guys, but there were some recreational vehicles in one of the photographs of Google Maps. You'll still have plenty of room for any other accessory type equipment and things?
Yeah, maybe it was the jet skis we had many years
They
ago.
were jet
but
skis, yeah.
Yeah, those are long gone. Unfortunately, long gone.
All right.
But yeah, no, yeah, in theory, yes, you could still park it in, I call it a courtyard, it's not, but like where that bump out would come out to, it's the little cubby there is between the garage and the deck. You still could put, in theory, some kind of toy there, I guess, if we so needed.
Okay.
To keep someone at home, right?
Board members, any other questions of the applicant?
I have one more question for.
Oh,
Ms.
yeah,
King.
sure, Ms. Walsh, go for it.
Ms. King, your intention is to keep somebody at home.
Yeah, I
rather
work
than
from,
to take
yeah.
care of them.
Yeah, I work from home currently, but that is as a result of the pandemic. That could change going forward. And generally, there's a family member or medical assistant helping out generally to help guide the person who's here during the day. But they're here full time.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have another question.
Yeah, sure, Bill.
Is there going to be some way to get from this second story above the garage, which is going to be a bedroom, I assume, to the main second floor of this house?
Yes. There will be a connector piece. So there'll be a couple steps going up and a door, and that will lead into the master suite. And then there'll be a roof over that. You can kind of see it on the elevation. It's on the plan. So there is a little connector piece. So we only have about 3.5 feet separation between the house and the garage. So it's going to be a little, and then that'll be made weather tight with a roof on that. But it won't increase the lot coverage because it will only be on the second floor. So it'll be suspended, it'll be structurally supported by the existing structures, the two existing side structures. And so that's basic. So there will be a connector, yes. So the idea is, so if Kelly needs to go see her partner and she's in that, in the suite that has the medical suite that has the bathroom and whatnot, she can access that. So, and I do apologize, it should have said bedroom, not bonus room. It was not. That's just a little thing on my side. So, but it really is meant to be a bedroom. To be honest. It's not meant to be a bonus room like, for recreation. So that's not what the point of it was. So I can understand the concern about that. So that was my mistake. So with the labeling.
So underneath that connector, that's going to be open space?
That's correct. It's as it is now, it'll be open. So right now, if you walk between the garage and the house on the first floor on the ground level, that will still be open like that. So we're not sealing that in. It'll be connected on the second floor only. There'll be a little connector piece. So we'll have a couple steps that go up with the door and in the hallway, and it leads to whatever. We are expanding, taking the roof up a little on the existing garage because there's no headroom in there. So based on a drainage and slope, I need at least a 12-foot slope on some of the dormers. So I have to take the pitch up. And then also where the door comes up from the stair on the side, I need the headroom for the door. So that's why we're taking the roof up. So a bit, so that's why we're changing the roof profile around. And we're keeping within the aesthetic of the existing house in the area by using sheds and gable dormers and whatnot. So we're gonna do shingle style and whatnot. So I think it'll look pretty nice, and it will, so I don't think anyone's gonna have a problem with how it looks, so.
And the part that's open on the bottom is there is no obviously backyard to this home. And to do any type of maintenance in the back, we wanted an access point we've had roofs go back there and stuff like that. So we want to keep that ability to access it because there is a shrub line between the two houses that would prevent us from walking or accessing it through the neighbor's property.
Is there going to be a door from the garage to the main house?
On the first floor? No, there won't be, that will still be separate. So right now, it's separate on the first floor and separate on the second floor. With this, it'll still be separate on the first floor, but we will not be connecting the main house and the garage on the first floor, but we will physically be connecting it beyond a deck on the second floor with that little connector piece, so it's weather sealed. So if Kelly needs to go down and see her partner who's in the medical suite, she can, and then they can leave the door open, they have access. So there's a little bit of a level change there. So it goes down about, that's why we have some steps. There's a differential of elevation of about 14 inches between the second floor of the house and the upper floor of the garage. But we're making up for that by the steps and that connector piece. So I don't like that piece. So that's why we have the stairs and the connector piece.
And how do you get out of the garage?
How would you get out of the garage?
Put your car in there.
How would you get out of the garage? Well,
it's an existing door in the.
Yeah, there is a door.
Garage on the left side. There's not the garage door itself. There's a, I don't know, entryway door. Sorry, I'm losing the words.
And that's on the first floor?
That's on the first floor. The door, it's an existing door, and we're going to keep that door exactly where it is. So, yeah. So was that your question? I'm sorry to get that. So yes, that there's a 3.0 door, 3.068 door there, on the side facing the house.
Okay. So what's the purpose of the steps again?
That way, someone could get up to the upper floor from the street. So say they were bringing in medical or nurses or whatever are coming, it would be the other way. They're going to have to go up the stairs, through the connector piece of the master suite, down the stairs, up the other way. And also, it's also a safety feature too. It's safer that way, so there's a direct access. And we're putting this suite on the second floor, this medical suite, also because we're in an AE zone, and technically the flood elevation, the codes have changed. The first floor elevation is slightly below the flood. So for safety purposes, we're putting it there. But the value of the construction is going to be less than 50% the total value of the building. So we're not required to update everything because it's in an A zone. So that's also why it's on the second floor. So we're putting the stair there for safety, access, and want to make it easier to them to bring things in and out. Because the other way, it's going to be difficult to go up the stairs, through the house, through the master suite, down that stairs, down the hall. If you're bringing equipment in and out, so what if they need breathing devices? What if they need IV equipment or whatever, So I don't want to disclose exactly what the issue is, but it is a serious illness that she has. So
Yeah, you don't need to go. That's
okay. No, I wasn't going to say. I was going to keep that private, but it's not just like arthritis or anything like that. I'll just put it that way.
No, that's okay. I mean, you don't need to justify that.
All right. Okay.
Thank
you.
One other question.
Sure, Bill.
Those stairs are going to be 1 inch from the property line. Is that correct?
Yes. The thing is, the stair has to be at least 3 feet wide, to get up. Then I got to have a 6x6 post. I generally use 6x6 posts, 2x12 stringers. So that adds another 6 inches plus the handrail. So that's why it comes to the 4 feet. Plus, since I'm using 6x6 posts, I want to use 16-inch sonotubes. So I want to keep that 16-inch sonotube within the setback, or I don't want to bring it about any further. So that's why I come up with 4 feet. So that would kind of include the 3 feet for the stair, which is the minimum width, plus the 6x6 posts, plus you add another 6 inches going underneath for the 16-inch sonotube. So to hold the post. So that's basically where we came up with the 4 feet, So I mean, I could squeeze a few inches out of it, but I mean, if I was to go to like 3 feet, then I'm going to have a 2'6" wide stair. And, it's just not, it's going to be too tight, Plus, if they're bringing, it's not going to be ADA, which you need 36 inches. But on the other hand, we do need, if it was ADA, it would be 36 inches. So if we go, we need the 36 inch on the platform on the second floor coming out that door. Obviously, you need that 36 inches, plus, the 6x6 posts and the handrail and whatnot. That's how we came up to the 4 feet. So we are, it is very strapped. I do understand that. So, but based on, what we see hardship with the non-conforming site, which is only 20% the size of a standard lot, and then the serious issue, the chronic illness that this poor woman has had her entire life. So,
Okay, I understand. Where is the culvert with respect to the stair?
the culvert is about 4 feet away from the stair in the street. So, and I did check with city engineering, and I did talk to the head engineer, and I asked him about setbacks from that and whatnot. There is no official setback. But just to keep clear, we're not supposed to go over it. You're not supposed to pave it, which we're not touching it. So we're not going to even be going on what the edge of the culvert. So we're going to be about 3 or 4 feet away from that. So we're not going to interfere with that. We know that that would not be a good thing.
Okay, I'm done.
Can I just make one correction? Because I know, for the record, I have lived here 17 years. I don't want to be misleading. 17 years instead of the 15. Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? Nope. Okay, Jessica, I see there's a couple people out there. Are they, is anyone wanting to speak on behalf?
No one has their hand raised. There's only one person. No one's got their hand raised.
Okay. Mr. Simonetti, is there anything else you want to add before we sort of see how people are thinking?
No, I think that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Board members, any thoughts relative to this? It's a tight site. They're squeezing in a couple more square feet.
I don't have an issue with it. I mean, it seems like the applicant has to move if we don't pass this. There's no opposition from neighbors. And it sounds like there's the need for the additional parking and the additional, the separate entrance, because it sounds like medical people will be coming in frequently, and visitors to help out. So, yeah, I don't really see what else they could do. I mean, it's a small site, but they're trying the best they can.
Yeah, I agree. It's especially in this housing market, I know it's really tough to find an accommodation that'll kind of work. And if you can make sort of what works, what you need out of this site, kudos, because it's a tight site. So anyone else thoughts or want to make a motion of any type? No.
I'll make a motion. I just need a second to get organized here.
Okay.
Sorry, can't find it right now. That's right. I'll just. All right. Where are we? So I will move to approve the petition of John Simonetti for 178 Summit Drive of 178 Cranston. I'm sorry, of 178 Summit Drive, Cranston, Rhode Island. Seeking a dimensional variance for the property located at 224 Middle Bridge Road. The applicant is seeking to construct a 20 by 5 addition to the existing dwelling. They also are seeking to connect the garage to the main house by way of a second story sort of additional bridge gap with sliding glass doors, I guess. This addition will also include an expansion of the living space above, and then a new staircase on the Grant Avenue side of the property. Those stairs are 1 inch from the corner side property line, which is tight, but they've given assurance that it's far enough away from the culvert that's over there. So the relief requested on this one is 2411 and 19-1 respectively. And the garage is going to be located 2 feet from the west side property line, which requires another 11 feet of relief. Hang on one second. I'm trying to, I lost all my stuff here. I apologize, everybody. All right, so, and the board finds that the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land. This parcel is extremely small. There's not much else they could do with it, and they have tried their best to fit it in and make it as small as possible. The hardship, it will not alter the general characteristics of the surrounding area. And this is due to a physical illness of the applicant.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we shouldn't use that as a ground. We actually can't use that as a ground because they didn't give us evidence that it was an ADA disability. So let's not use that because they didn't go there.
That's right. I'm sorry. The applicant did make clear that they were not seeking to make it ADA compliant. This is just more to, I guess, accommodate the visitors that are coming and have a separate entrance to the new living room or bedroom above the garage. The hardship is not the result of any prior action on the applicant, and it doesn't result from the desire of the applicant to realize any greater financial gain here. They're just trying to make use of the existing structure given their personal circumstances. The board finds that the granting of the requested variance will not alter the general characteristics of the surrounding area or impair the intent of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan of the town. This relief appears to be the least relief necessary. All they're trying to do is just, again, bridge that new bedroom to the main house so that there's a bathroom that's accessible, and also provide additional parking in the garage to accommodate parking in front of the house because there's no on-street parking in the area. And the hardship that will be suffered by the owner of this property if this variance is not granted will definitely amount to more than a mere inconvenience. And there really is no other alternative here. It does sound like if we don't approve this, that the applicant may be forced to move, and given the current housing market, that is a very considerable hardship. So with that, I move to approve the application.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Charkowicz. Can I get a second?
A second.
Second, Ms. Walsh. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Charkowicz?
Aye.
Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Mr. Rosen?
Aye.
Mr. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Cagnetta? Aye. Motion passes. Good luck.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Have a good night. Take care.
Okay, so for the attendance for next month, we kind of have that pretty squared. And then all we have are the minutes for February 16th, 2022.
I'll move approval of the February 16th minutes.
So moved. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
All right.
All right. Anything else that we need to cover? Are we good? All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging on.
I just want to say thank you to Casey for the time that you served on the board. We do
Right.
appreciate it.
Oh yeah, I didn't even all the discussion.
We'll miss you.
Yeah, likewise. It's been really, really a great experience for me, and I hope to join you again when my circumstances are a little, easier.
We'd love to have you back. So
Yeah, it's really
good luck.
great. Thank you, and have a happy St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, you too.
Thank
All right, so we'll adjourn at 11:07. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Have a great night, everybody.
Thanks.
Good night.
Night.